and check out their selection and see what's right for you and your home. Generator Supercenter of PugetSound.com.
Seattle Red on 770 KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO FM, HD3 Tacoma Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT Eastlake, 33 BU Seattle.
He backs the proposal. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. President Trump says the government will be reopened soon after the Senate broke a filibuster on a short-term spending plan.
We have support from enough Democrats, and we're going to be opening up our country. It's too bad it was closed, but we'll be opening up our country very quickly.
Enough Democrats broke ranks to move the plan forward, and a Senate vote could happen tonight. House Speaker Mike Johnson says he's notified members of the House to get back to Washington.
I would like for us to be voting on this as early as Wednesday, which would be the quickest we could process it if the Senate does their work.
The plan does not include an extension of Obamacare subsidies that Democrats had pushed for, but Republicans promised a separate vote on that. The Trump administration again asking the Supreme Court to keep full food stamp benefits on hold as 23 state attorneys general and 3 governors say they will continue to fight for the benefits.
States looking to block the Department of Agriculture's attempt to roll back issuing full November SNAP benefits.
USDA has inflicted severe operational challenges on our states. It's damaged public trust in SNAP and the state agencies that manage it, and it's put more than 41 million Americans at risk of going hungry this month.
California Attorney General Rob Bonta.
Fox's Kristen Goodwin. The program helps 42 million Americans buy groceries. The eastern U.S. started to feel near freezing temperatures, even in the deep south.
Forecasts show temperatures in the 30s and freeze warnings as far south as Georgia, Florida, and Alabama. Some southern cities are projected to hit record lows as early as Tuesday. Along with shelters opening in many areas, at least an inch of snow is forecast in North Georgia, while people in Tampa are being urged to bring pets and plants inside.
Fox's Gernal Scott. The Great Lakes and Appalachian regions could see significant snow. America is listening to Fox News.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed. VapoCool.
The yellow light! I'm walking here!
Good afternoon and welcome to the Jason Rantz Show. We are here live on Seattle Red 770 AM. We are streaming live on the Seattle Red app and seattlered.com. We'll explain crystal clearly why restaurants are so expensive still in Seattle and only getting worse. Some of it will shock you, some of it will not. We'll get into that. But first, it's my understanding that we're close to the end of the shutdown and Democrats got, I think, literally nothing, except, I guess, the knowledge that they caused a whole lot of pain. That's what's trending, brought to you by Legacy Group Capital, Common Sense Lending.
What's trending? Let's get political.
Rand Paul is getting in the way of the government funding shutdown, but we expect a vote some point soon on his issue. He wants changes to hemp regulations because that's definitely top of mind for Americans right now who are wanting to travel without having a significant delay. And of course, people who are federal workers who just want to get their paychecks or get back to work. This will go by the wayside shortly and we'll move forward. The good news is we have now 8 Democrats who voted to break the filibuster, and now we only need really 51, votes to pass this bill. So What changed? What changed? The 8 senators who crossed party lines and decided to vote to reopen the government include Jeanne Shaheen, the very moderate Democrat out of New Hampshire. And by very moderate, I mean by current Democrat standards. She's a liberal, but she's reasonable. You've got Angus King, who we're supposed to pretend is independent, even though he's a Democrat caucus. John Fetterman, of course, Cortez Masto. Like, this is obviously good news. And the question then becomes, well, why did you do anything at all here? Why didn't you continue to hold out? A lot of left-wing media asking that question, and a lot of folks are demanding the head of Chuck Schumer. Angus King was on MSNBC today, and he pointed out they weren't winning anything here. They weren't winning any battles.
There were 2 goals, both of which I support. One was standing up to Donald Trump. The other was getting some resolution on the ACA premium tax credit issue. The problem was the shutdown wasn't accomplishing either goals, and there was there was zero likelihood that it was going to. In terms of standing...
By the way, let's all be clear, because he's right. What he just said is 100% correct. They knew that day one. They knew that day one. They didn't have to wait 40 plus days or whatever the end. We don't know when this will officially be over, perhaps by the end of the week, 45, 46, 47 days ago. They knew all of this. And yet they did it anyway. And maybe they were hoping things would change, or people like Angus King and Shaheen and all the others who decided to, other than Fetterman, who decided to vote to reopen essentially, maybe they were just saying, okay, let's just get past this election. Let's make sure that the base, who's clearly energized by this, turns out, gives us the support we need to win in blue states where we should already win. But then we'll see the off-ramp.
Up to Donald Trump, the shutdown actually gave him more power, Exhibit A being what he's done with SNAP.
Oops. Gave him more power. Who could have seen this coming except for anyone with functioning brain cells?
And SNAP benefits across the country.
So not most Democrats.
Oh, by the way, Joe, you're going to love this. Guess who's getting paid during the shutdown?
He set himself up for like a really snappy clip that would get quoted everywhere, and then he fumbled it. He fumbled.
Not the park rangers or air traffic controllers, the ICE agents. Under special law, under that big, awful bill that they passed last summer, the ICE agents are being paid. Nobody else is.
See, the problem, of course, that he has is that ICE agents are getting paid and others aren't. When I say the problem is that others aren't. They all should be paid for work that they're doing.
So standing up to Donald Trump didn't work. It actually gave him more power. And then secondly, and I've been a big supporter of the ACA, the idea of forcing the Republicans to the table to negotiate on that issue by virtue of a shutdown didn't work. It's now the longest shutdown in American history, and there was no prospect that it was going to work.
And they were already negotiating on it. That's the other thing. Riley Moore, the congressman from West Virginia, who's on the Appropriations Committee, he's going to be stopping by the show at 5:30. The reality is they were already negotiating, and they were going to win subsidies. It is not politically popular just to cut the subsidies unless you're a member of the Freedom Caucus. And they could get in the way, there's no doubt. They likely will get in the way. Kind of expect that from the Freedom Caucus on these kinds of issues. I get that, but he's pretending that there weren't already conversations going on. Who's the Florida Congressman Jared Moskowitz? He was on CNN on election night, and he conceded when Scott Jennings pointed out, like, weren't y'all negotiating at the time? And he was conceding that. So the claim, and this is their spin, and I'm okay if Angus King and others want to spin it this way. I mean, do what they have to in order to reopen the government politically. I get it. But they're spinning this tale that, this is how we're victorious. We got them at least to the table to talk about a big issue that's important. Yeah, they were already doing that. They're already doing that. The reason why we didn't get any movement on Obamacare 40 plus days ago, you want to know why? Any ideas?
Why?
Because they don't sunset until the end of the year. There was no reason for them. That's why they were negotiating. And all they did was stall the negotiations. And by the way, with this reopen, assuming nothing changes, and we don't expect the actual agreement to change, the timeline we'll figure out. But you've now added a month to it because what is it, January 31st, when they have to vote on this continuing resolution again? So you actually gave an extra month, the month you just lost out on for Obamacare subsidy conversations. Here's Jean Shaheen of New Hampshire.
I hope that our Republican colleagues understand now that this is an issue that affects millions of Americans and we need to address it. But unfortunately, we've got, after 40 days, we've got, as you pointed out, air traffic control that's a mess. We've got government workers who are not getting paid.
Shocking.
We've got people who can't get food. We've got mothers and children who can't get their WIC benefits. And so we need to end that suffering.
That you caused. That you caused. Now, the reporting, interesting report. Chuck Schumer was working behind the scenes to negotiate what ended up happening yesterday. And Jean Shaheen, maybe she wasn't supposed to say this, but on Fox News, I was watching her interview this morning on America's Newsroom, and she had indicated that leadership knew very clearly what it was that she and the 7 other Democrats were doing. They were well aware of it. Now, at no point did you hear Chuck Schumer up until today or yesterday when he posted a video on his X account that it was only 14 seconds, and yet there were 3 hard edits, which I don't quite understand why you would need to do that. It's not even difficult to stick to a script that short.
He's old.
I get it, but he could have, up until yesterday when this vote was inevitable, he could have said, Democrats are meeting quietly with Republicans and we got to hold the line. He could have put pressure on, but he didn't. So instead, he allowed them to do this because he understands that the government should be reopened, and he made a huge mistake here. Huge mistake in trying to placate the Democratic base, which they're not capable of being placated. You're never going to satisfy them, ever. Unless you do everything that they want you to do, and even then they're not going to be satisfied. So he put himself in a position to try to save his career, which ultimately is going to end his career in the Senate as leader, maybe even in the Senate as senator. But he gave in, and now, so that he doesn't face any pushback, he probably said, hey, Gene, Angus, all you, even you, John, you go ahead, you do this, you do it with my blessing, don't worry, but you're just going to have to allow me an out to criticize, which is what he did, and it's not going to work.
For months and months, Democrats have been fighting to get the Senate to address the health care crisis. This bill does nothing to ensure that crisis is addressed. I am voting no, and I will keep fighting.
But he's not fighting. He's not fighting. And not only did this entire stunt not end well for the country, what does he get out of this? So leaning into it, he only did that because he wanted to stop the progressive anger at him. He allowed a CR the last time. Everyone got upset. There was the conversation about AOC running for Senate, even though she might be running for president, although my guess is she's actually running for Senate. He didn't want to lose the progressive base, so he decided to give in here, and yet he still ends up losing because now everyone's calling for him to not be the leader anymore. Yeah, in fairness, a lot of the claims are coming, or the protestations are coming from the House Progressive Caucus. I haven't heard a ton of senators weigh in on this yet, but you had Ro Khanna yesterday, the Bay Area progressive, who said it's time for him to step aside. You had squad members essentially doing the same thing, although today on MSNBC, Senator Mark Kelly from Arizona was asked.
I will note, Senator, that given 2 opportunities, you did not voice your unequivocal support for Chuck Schumer, but...
I like it has to be unequivocal. Can he equivocate a little bit? Just like a little tiny bit? Be like, I mean, I like the guy, but no, it's got to be unequivocal.
His job, at least for the moment, is not over. If this compromise plan does lead to the government...
I will say, Chuck Schumer and the leadership of the Senate are dealing with an incredibly complex situation where, it's hard to find a way out. But I am going to continue.
He put himself in that position. Leadership put itself in that position.
To fight for my constituents and the American people to just make life affordable for them.
So in other words, he's not offering any level of support. Right? I mean, that's as best as you can do when you don't want to flat out support or call the guy out. That's the best that he could do. So where do things stand right now? It's all on the Republicans in the House once this clears the Senate. And again, we expect it to clear potentially tonight, but most likely tomorrow. What you're going to hear now is a bunch of Democrats come out and say, I'm voting no. Who cares what they have to say or how they're going to vote? Unless they come from a swing district, definitely people aren't going to care because their vote doesn't matter. There's no cloture that you need to hit in the House. There's no filibuster threat in the House. And the Republicans have the majority. It's a slim majority, but they have the majority. They can afford to lose a couple. And again, the question is, will they get sort of this last-minute surprise? I don't know the answer. This stupid hemp farm bill loophole thing is coming up with the Freedom Caucus. The leader of the Freedom Caucus essentially said, I foresee myself voting in support of this, which means he believes that whatever the issue is on the hemp is going to be figured out. And that's that. But you've got folks like Adam Smith, the congressman from Bellevue, proudly saying on MSNBC as if it matters, I'm a no.
Yeah, I'm disappointed. I think Democrats were fighting the absolute right fight. I don't intend to vote for this agreement. I do hope that those of us who are trying to stop Trump will recognize that the far larger issue is the cruelty that Donald Trump showed during the shutdown.
The cruelty, says the guy whose vote is still to keep the government closed, versus the guy who says we should reopen the government and everyone should get paid. That's the difference here. You have Democrats who are claiming the other side is cruel, and yet it's the Democrats who are voting to keep the cruel policy of shutting down the government in place. Patty Murray, Maria Campbell, exactly the same thing. Putting out statements, I voted no because of blah, 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 blah. So you then are harming the American people. Pramila Jayapal the same way. Over the weekend, she said, don't reopen the government. Don't vote for this. And then in the very next tweet, slamming Republicans for the quote-unquote Republican shutdown. If anything, they're upset now that they can't use that language. This is not a Republican shutdown. It was never a Republican shutdown.
Not only was he unwilling to address the health care crisis that is going to deny millions of Americans health insurance and drive up the costs for tens of millions more, but he was actively doing everything in his power to stop American people from getting food because he thought it would score political points.
That is 100% false. My head is going to explode. My pretty, beautiful face is just going to splatter all over the studio.
It might be a tragedy.
But we are filming it. We've got the cameras on if you want to watch how we perform the show at seattlered.com or on the Seattle Red app. We'll have more on the show as the votes take place. Let's find out what else is trending.
What's trending in Seattle?
So, here's why restaurants are so expensive in Seattle. I saw an article in the Seattle Times by their business reporter. So naturally, I thought they would ignore the biggest reason why it's so expensive here. But to their credit, they did their job, which, sometimes you got to give credit where credit's due, like doing the basics of their job. And the article is titled, Washington Chain Restaurant Prices Are Highest in the United States, according to a study. And the biggest reason is actually quite simple. We have an insanely high minimum wage that gets rid of tip credits. That's why. And they go over the different costs here in Seattle, let's say, and these again are retail restaurants. So let's say Denny's. If you have no taste at all, you might find yourself going to a Denny's, which only tastes marginally acceptable at 3 a.m. when you're drunk.
I think IHOP's better.
Yeah, Denny's is awful. Denny's is objectively gross. But the original Grand Slam, which includes pancakes, eggs, bacon, and sausage, will cost you in Seattle $16.29. In Austin, it's $11.79. If you go to Burger King, again, because you lack all taste and self-respect, and you get a Whopper meal, so that's the Whopper, fries, and a drink, it's $13.88 here, which is absolutely insane. But if you were to go to Columbus, Ohio, it's $10.79. That's just insane. And so the reason is it's quite simple. You already have high cost of food, but they say, unlike in many states, restaurants in Washington can't take tip credits, a mechanism that allows employers to pay sub-minimum wage as long as tips make up the difference. In addition, minimum wage rates in Seattle and other Washington cities are high compared to many other regions and the federal standard. Does anyone hear that say to themselves, well, that doesn't make any sense? No, quite the opposite, right? You say, well, okay, that makes total sense. Haven't we been saying that for the longest time? And we keep hearing from folks, particularly in Seattle or cities that have encouraged this high minimum wage, like Tacoma, Burien, Tukwila, others, Des Moines. Okay, well, these are McDonald's. They just won't raise their prices because it's owned by billionaire. Mr. McDonald, Ronald is a billionaire. Ronald McDonald's bringing in billions. They're not going to. No, that's not how this works. That's not how any of this works, and it's never going to work that way. You're going to get prices that reflect the business realities, the economic realities of the cities in which you serve, and at some point, there is a bar that you're going to be pushing them over as far as what they are or are not willing to push on the customer. And they're going to say to themselves, look, we don't have a financially viable business model at Denny's or IHOP or Burger King or wherever in places where the minimum wage that we're expected to pay these people far exceed their value to the business. It doesn't mean they don't work hard. It doesn't mean that they don't have skill or talent that could take them somewhere. It's just, it's only worth so much to make that burger or to collect the cash at the drive-through or to serve someone the pancakes. That is the reality. And so when you're saying now we're going to pay that waiter at Denny's $21 and change an hour, and on top of that, there's no tip credit whatsoever, well, we have to make some adjustments here because to keep even here locally that Grand Slam at $16 and change, that's not easy. It's not easy. We're talking about restaurants in general, even though it's a retail or one of these chain restaurants, doesn't mean that their margins are any better necessarily than a standalone restaurant. That no one seems to be okay with that, or simply say, I expected this and we'll either make adjustments or I just won't complain about it ever again. That's what I think bothers me the most about this. You hear people, whether it's cost of living around food or healthcare or housing, whatever it is, you have people who say yes to policies, including tax hikes, that raise the cost of living across the board, while then also complaining about how high it is to live, how expensive it is to live in Seattle or Bellevue or Tacoma or Everett or wherever. They try to have it both ways. The people who say we need more housing, just not in that one spot where there's a tree. Don't do that. Healthcare is way too expensive, but let's continue to give it to illegal immigrants and people who are otherwise capable of at least looking for work. It's so expensive to go out anymore, but let's raise the wait staff to $31 an hour. Like, you can't say both of those things without being a giant hypocrite or coming off as incredibly ignorant. So pick a lane. And frankly, I don't care which lane you pick. I just want you to pick a lane because it's much easier to have that kind of conversation with you and actually have a substantive debate about the impacts of policies. But when you say it's just too expensive, I vote yes on this new tax. You're doing it to yourself. And I know that especially on the radical left, there is this default position, oh, just have the wealthy pay for it. Well, how much money do you think they have? And you know that they don't just keep their money in places that's going to get stolen from, right? I mean, you do realize they move stuff around, right? And this whole idea that the millionaires and billionaires will pay, thinking that a lot of their assets are liquid. That's the funny part about all of this. I mean, having a whole lot of money in real estate development, for example, doesn't mean that tomorrow you're going to be able to cut a $10 million check to the government so that they can bring down the cost of, moons over Miami, or what's that stupid thing you like?
I don't like it. That is a Denny's item.
Is that
though.
Denny's? That's not IHOP. Which is the Rudy Tooty
Fresh and fruity? Yeah.
Ugh. I can already feel the sugar rushing into my brain. 1-800-465-8770 for your text messages. 1-800-465-8770. The Sunset Auto family are loyal supporters of Seattle Red. I want you to know that every qualifying new and used vehicle comes with oil changes for life. That's going to save you thousands of dollars over the lifetime of your vehicle. So when you're ready for your next car or truck, be sure to visit our friends at the Sunset Auto family in Auburn and Sumner. When we come back, we deserve so much better than what King County Elections is giving us. And everyone is pretending on the left to be upset that Donald Trump did an interview on the Fox NFL broadcast, even though Biden would have done it had he been capable of standing up for more than 30 seconds. We'll get into that and so much more when we return on The Jason Rantz Show.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz here. The stock market is killing it, and yet there's $8 trillion in cash sitting on the sidelines doing absolutely nothing because folks are either scared or just don't know where to put their money. That's where Legacy Group Capital comes in. They build local real estate, lend money, and actually share profits with their investors. They've been doing it in Washington for 19 years, earning consistent double-digit returns with zero investor losses. If you want to diversify your portfolio with something real, check out Legacy Group Capital's family of funds. Whether you're looking for a 3-year investment with double-digit returns or a 90-day commitment earning 7%, they've got you covered. And yeah, they accept IRAs. It's precisely why over 1,300 local investors have put over $350 million into Legacy Group Capital. So give them a call at 425-635-4700, 425-635-4700, or visit them online at legacyg.com. This is not
Coach Jimmy Rogers and the Washington State Cougars are back at home this Saturday for a matchup against the Louisiana Tech Bulldogs. Washington State hosting Louisiana Tech Saturday night at 7 p.m. at Giesa Field. Pre-game coverage starts at 5 p.m. Washington State versus Louisiana Tech. Catch the excitement all season long right here.
If you're dealing with a chronic non-healing wound, 911 Wound, a division of Mobile Wound Healing Washington, can send a licensed medical provider directly to your home or facility. If you're a family member, discharged nurse, social worker, or senior living caregiver, 911 Wound partners with home health agencies to provide advanced wound care. Visit 911wound.com or call 800-968-HEAL. Medicare and insurance may vary and is not guaranteed for everyone or every service. Services provided based on medical necessity.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
You're halfway through a DIY car fix and boom, you're missing a part. It's okay because whatever it is, it's on eBay and it's guaranteed to fit every time. eBay, things people love.
This hour of the Jason Rantz Show is brought to you by General Transmission Repair.
Welcome back to the Jason Rantz Show. Thank you so much for tuning in. I really do appreciate it. You can check out the podcast over at seattlered.com or go wherever it is you get your podcasts. Just search my name, add the word show, hit the subscribe button, and get us on the path to being the number 2 most listened to and downloaded podcast within the company. I don't want to be number 1. I do want to be number 2. I don't want the pressure of looking my boss in the eye and having her know the horrible things I've said on air and the crazy hot takes that I have. So I would love it if you would help me get to number 2 on the list. And all you have to do is hit the subscribe button. King County elections chose not to count ballots over the weekend. And we still don't have certainty in the Seattle mayoral race. That's unacceptable. Period. That is unacceptable. And voters, but also, frankly, the campaigns deserve better. They deserve better. After being called out for being slow to count the ballots, we heard from a spokesperson for King County elections right before the weekend. I think her name is Haley Watkins. She went on our sister station and she responded to folks who were critical, in particular the Katie Wilson campaign. She's the more progressive candidate, who said at least it feels like they're slower than normal, and was critical. And I share that feeling. I didn't look at the data on Friday, but if you would have just asked me, man, does it feel like they're going slower this time around? I would have said yes. But she says, the spokesperson, Watkins, over at King County Elections, no. That's not true at all. We don't know what you're talking about. Maybe it just feels slow to you simple-minded people.
That is actually not true. We are right on pace with what we tend to post and tend to have updated for a local odd year election. What we do tend to see is in these odd year local elections, we get more voters who return their ballot on election day alone. So they hang on to their ballot until that very last moment. Whereas in an even year, such as a presidential election, folks are voting earlier and at a steadier pace, which of course allows us to get through those ballots a little bit quicker in an even year. But we received 252,000 ballots from drop boxes alone on election day. Each one has to go through its process to be verified and counted accurately.
Oh, thank you so much. That doesn't matter. I'll be honest. There have always been and always will be day of searches and voting in Seattle. That's not an excuse to be unbearably and embarrassingly slow to give us a result. The public trusts elections to be timely, to be transparent, to be efficient, especially after several years of, let's just say, stress over legitimacy and integrity issues. A delay of days, and frankly, it's going to end up being a delay of over a week. While some people explain, well, that's how we do odd year elections. I'm sorry, but that chips away at the trust that we have in the system. We expect ballots to be counted as quickly as practicality allows. I don't need to have a result within 10 minutes of closing. I don't need to have a result necessarily within a few hours, so long as I know that you're actually counting the ballots. The idea that counting stops because it's the weekend or because, well, it's 4:30, that's the end of our day, that suggests that this democracy, that this critical office to protect democracy, treats counting ballots like some routine administrative job rather than an urgent civic service. And that's how I view elections. And I imagine maybe you won't phrase it that way, but that's how you think of these things, right? This is an urgent civic service to actually count ballots as quickly as possible. And I reached out to Watkins, the spokesperson we just heard from our sister station. I reached out to her via email. And I asked her about, like, is it true y'all didn't count a single vote on weekends? Here's what she said back. Our teams work the full weekend before Election Day and long days all through election week. It's important to give folks a little rest for accuracy's sake. And we're back at it today. So real quickly, you put the ballot in a machine. And I get that you're looking at signatures for signature verification, but a lot of that is also made possible via a machine. It makes it a lot easier. I don't dismiss that they work hard. I think that they do, and I'm sure they did work longer days in the weeks leading up to the election. Okay, well, it's the week of the election. It's the day after the election. It's the week after the election. You can take a break once the ballots are counted. You took the weekend off? Oh, I'm sorry. Did the election get in the way of your weekend plans? Maybe you ought to work a little bit harder on Tuesday so that you don't have to get into Friday and still not have a winner. It'd be one thing if it was like 2 votes separating them and they had to go back and do a recount. That's not what we're talking about here. They still didn't count on Friday about, 50,000 or so ballots? It was more than that, but we're not expecting more than that to come out today. That's absurd. That is absolutely absurd. Voters don't care or benefit from the fact that, a whole bunch of the ballots arrived at the last minute. Again, it is the job of your system to absorb that spike in votes. If the office knew that drop box volumes were likely, and they did know that because it's always been the case, wouldn't you prepare differently? Or is that too much? And am I offending anyone at King County Elections by being critical of the hard work? Are they also heroes like doctors and nurses and teachers? We're not supposed to criticize them because any criticism means that, some crazy might send us a sternly worded tweet that we don't like, and that could put our lives on the line. Just spare me. Elections are urgent. Every day counts, except, I guess, Saturday and Sunday. I'm embarrassed that we can't hear and this is not just a King County issue. It just so happens we've got a race that hasn't yet been decided. There are other similar circumstances, I'm sure, in other races around the state, but Washington does this all the time. And I remember talking with Snohomish County Auditor, what's his name? Garth Fell. Garth Fell. And I like him, good guy. He comes on when we ask and he clears things up, and I really appreciate that. But I remember asking him why things took so long, and he gave the exact same answer of, our elections people, they need a little bit of a break. Okay, well then why don't you have different shifts and have them staggered? So when you have someone working 9 to 5, someone can work starting at 4 and go into the evening. And then why is this so difficult? I honestly don't understand. And other states, not just counties, other states can figure this out rather quickly. Why can't we? Why can't we? And yet, of course, everyone will scream about how, we have the most secure, so our system is amazing. Oh, okay, yeah, we got it. We got it. Give it a rest. I was on this morning, Varney and Company, And I was asked who was going to win. And I took the same position, which is, I don't know, I guess Katie Wilson. But doing the numbers on Friday, which we couldn't do on air because we were preempted for sports. And she won, Katie Wilson, over Bruce Harrell about, I think it was 54 point something % of the vote that was tabulated on Friday. So she cut into Bruce Harrell's lead. He's now up by about 40-ish thousand votes. If she were, let's just pretend that she maintains the exact same percentage that she won on Friday today. The 54.85%, something like that. If that were to happen again today, she would win by 65 votes. That's how close this is going to be. Now, I obviously doubt it will be that close, but I do think that it will be under 1,000 votes that separates the two. And if we get really lucky, the drama level will go through the roof and it will be 65 votes. That'd be fascinating.
What if it was 1?
Then I'm going to say they should be co-mayors. Do you think both of them just shake hands and say, you know what, let's just do it together? But they'll have to share the spotlight. So one time maybe Harrell goes first to speak and then her, but then the other time she goes first and then him. You know what I mean? Press releases have to have sometimes, you know how sometimes Brad Pitt will be first and then George Clooney. Well, sometimes George Clooney should go first and then Brad Pitt. That's all I'm saying. Who goes first, Clooney or Pitt?
Isn't the saying age before beauty? So
I think they're both about the same age and they're both considered attractive.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I guess with that example, it's a tough one.
Who goes first? Take a stand.
Between those two, I would say Brad Pitt.
You're right. That is correct. You know why?
Why?
He's more active as an actor now, and he's better. And he did F1, and F1 was outstanding, and I don't even like racing. Did you see that? Yeah, stupid question.
No, I didn't.
Do you know how to describe what F1 is as a concept?
Yeah, I mean, I know it's a type of race car, but I don't really know. And then isn't that when they go through like towns and stuff, and like they like cordon off?
Oh my God! I mean, that could happen. That's happening in Vegas right now, or next week, I guess. You know, they have normal tracks and stuff.
Well, yeah, I'm sure they do, but
well, no, it didn't sound like you were all that sure that they do. That was my criticism. Did you see House of Dynamite yet?
No.
You know what I saw over the weekend? It was on Netflix. I stopped watching the Seahawks game because it was clear that it wasn't going to be really a competition at all. I watched Frankenstein, the Guillermo del Toro new film on Netflix that's got a lot of people buzzing in the industry. It was awful. It was awful. The guy who plays the beast or the monster, Jacob Elordi, he was very good in it, and he's going to get an Oscar nomination. The movie itself was awful. And then I remembered to myself, you know what? I don't think you ever knew what the whole Frankenstein story really was. And now I'm hoping that it was true to the book. Who is it? Mary Shelley, right? I don't know how accurate it is to the book, but I'm not going to pretend to know that I thought Frankenstein was the name of the monster.
I knew that.
He's not.
Yeah, I knew that it's the name of the doctor and it's Frankenstein's monster.
I thought it was the monster was Frankenstein.
Yeah.
I never thought about the name of the doctor.
That's why in Young Frankenstein, he's always like, oh, it's Frankenstein.
Yeah, well, I didn't see that because I'm not a dork.
What? Mel Brooks?
Yeah.
You're giving me crap for not seeing movies and you haven't seen that? That's a great movie.
I must have seen it. I just barely remember it. I remember
Gene Wilder.
Yeah, I remember Gene Wilder, but Frankenstein, I always thought Frankenstein was the name of the monster. But then I did what you just did, which was say in my head, I go, but that doesn't make sense. It's Frankenstein's monster. I just never put it all together because I don't care, and I never read Frankenstein. Did you read Frankenstein?
No.
Yeah, who wants to read that crap? Sounds depressing. A person who can't die. I know I'm into the longevity space right now, but it's not to live forever miserable. And they killed wolves in it, even though the wolves were the bad guys at a scene. It's still a dog to me. Made me sad. 1-800-465-8770 for your text messages. 1-800-465-8770. When we come back, 50-year mortgage rate? That does not sound like a good idea. We'll explain why when we return on Seattle Red.
I got to tell you something, Nick. I have really noticed a difference in your energy level since you started going to the Longevity Medical Clinic.
And you know why?
Why?
Because they actually balanced my hormone levels. And when they do that, the largest change I noticed was that now I could sleep.
And then not only get more sleep, to just get more energy, right?
Right. So that all of a sudden that resulted in me, I started running again and doing all these things that I felt so fatigued throughout the day that I couldn't do anymore.
Okay, so at this point, do you want to apologize to me? Because I was always saying to you, every time you'd say, I don't sleep, I don't feel well, I feel kind of off, I go, well, you need to get in touch with Longevity Medical Clinic. And you're always like, blah, 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 blah.
I know. But now it's turned into something fun that we get to go in together.
So I need to hear, you were right.
You were right.
You were right. I should have gone to Longevity Medical Clinic.
I should have.
There we go. Fine.
Yes.
You know the right thing to do. Get in touch with Longevity Medical Clinic. Take the free health analysis at lmclinic.com.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz here for Northwest Safe in Enumclaw. They don't just do Black Friday. They do so much more. Black November. 10% off site-wide. And that means not just their new personal and gun safes, but also clearance, scratch and dent safes, used safes for those of you who maybe don't want to make a massive investment. They've got specialty safes for you. They've got large, they've got small. It's really remarkable. You can go on their site, nwsafe.com, and you can see the wide variety from different price points to different needs. And again, not everyone has firearms. You might not want a safe for your firearms. That's okay. They've got safes for personal items, mementos, keepsakes, documents, your mail. They've got pretty much everything you might need. And let's say you don't even know what you need yet. You can reach out to them and they'll do a personal video for you so you can get a better sense of what they have in store for you. The sale goes on all month long, but you're going to want to get in early for the best selection available. The website is nwsafe.com. You don't need a code or anything, 10% off, nwsafe.com.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-838-6767. That's 800-838-6767.
Staples presents an easy holiday.
My holiday list was a mile long.
Fa la 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 boo hoo hoo.
Staples made it easy with big savings on tech gifts.
I'm listening.
And I saved big on custom holiday cards, too. Plus, Staples has UPS shipping in store.
Holy flying reindeer. Shop Staples today for 40% off custom cards, invites, wrapping paper, labels, stamps, and photo gifts.
That was easy.
In-store and online expires 11/15. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all three like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
Welcome back to the Jason Rantz Show. Thank you so much for tuning in. I really do appreciate it. We learned over the weekend that the Trump administration was looking at trying to introduce a 50-year mortgage, which on the surface sounds like an awful idea. And then I took a deeper dive into it, and it's an awful idea on so many levels. And what I'm concerned about is it might convince people, assuming it even gets to that point where they offer 50-year mortgages, it might trick people into thinking that they're saving a whole bunch of money. On the surface, it seems like you're saving money, right? I looked at some of the math. Wall Street Journal had a piece out, and it could save you, based on where things are right this moment with interest rates, which are 6.1 and change, save you about $500 a month. That's good, right? Sounds great. I'll take $500 a month saving, except then you realize, well, 50 is 20 more than 30, which means you're paying 20 extra years worth of interest rates. And it turns out that's like a lot of money extra that you're spending on a home that, frankly, if you couldn't pay off in 30 years, means you probably can't afford the level of home that you're looking for. And Charles Payne from Fox Business was on America's Newsroom earlier today, and he went through the numbers.
I do not like this idea. And again, it depends on how much the house costs and what. But if you just took a 4% interest rate, for a 30-year, it would be $2,300. For a 50-year, it would be $1,900. So you're saving almost $500 a month in terms of affordability. But by the time you finish paying this bad boy off, the 30-year, you pay $359,000 versus a 50-year, almost $700,000, right?
Oh.
So it's just a gargantuan difference just to make people feel better, and that's not the way to do this, right? There's so many other ways. I feel so strongly about the momentum that we'll have going into next year. The one big, beautiful bill kicks in. We'll have a more accommodative Federal Reserve. I think economic activity is going to build. Companies will be encouraged to build here because they'll be able to write a lot of that off. I think we're on the precipice of an economic boom, and with lower mortgage rates, that will help the housing market a lot. So I would rather see President Trump do some other things with that tariff money.
He's 100% correct. This makes no sense to me. The only way this would, in theory, make sense, in a lot of ways, is beyond the average person's control. But maybe there are scenarios that unfold that are within someone's control. So let's say right now you definitely can't afford the homes based on down payment, the price of the region that you happen to live in, based on the 30-year fixed rate, whatever it is. But if you had a little bit of extra room, you could afford the monthly payments, and then next year you'd be able to really increase your funds and pay down the loan and cut it down within 30 years. So in other words, say you could do 31 years or 35 years, just making the math work. But that's obviously not offered, although they're 40-year but that's the only way that makes sense. Unless you're someone who is doing this, I guess, for investment purposes, this could make sense. So let's say I have money to invest, but I don't have a ton of liquidity. So let me take on a 50-year mortgage, 50-year loan, because my intent within a year is to sell, or 2-3 years is to sell and make a killing. It's in an area that right now you can get a lot of good deals, but clearly the writing's on the wall. Things are going to get a whole lot better. That's the only way I envision this making any sense. If you're in that position, there might be, again, very small percentage that 50-year mortgage rates makes sense. This does not seem like that's that big of a deal. And if you think, unless I guess you're okay, to you, you're okay spending a significant portion more to purchase a home if it means, lower monthly payments. If you are totally okay with that, okay, that makes, I guess, a little bit of sense. And I say that as someone who's looking at homes now, and I have a similar circumstance in which I'm waiting for the mortgage rates to go down a little bit more. But I know as that happens, the prices of the home is going to go up. I'm okay making that kind of trade-off because I would rather pay for the actual property than pay interest in the loan to pay for the property. I've just convinced myself that that's the right move, even though ultimately it's probably a wash, especially if I refinance at some point. But I don't know. Does this make sense to you?
No.
I keep looking at it saying, well, maybe it'll make sense.
Wouldn't that just create like another housing bubble too? If it's a bunch of people that can't afford homes.
100%. And that is an important piece. Now, I shouldn't say 100%, 50%, because we don't know what the terms would look like. Is it possible that this comes with certain qualifications, whatever they might be, to prevent another housing crisis? It's possible. I just don't know how you would build that up. So because what's the best way to ensure that people aren't purchasing homes they can't afford is to create qualifications suggesting that the person looking for the loan has good enough financials where you say, okay, there's a stronger likelihood that this person's going to be able to continue to pay on time than not. So the people who are the ones who are struggling the most to afford a home on a 30-year mortgage, they're not even going to qualify for this, which then means people who already can afford homes and just need a little bit of wiggle room, you're having them take homes off the market or compete more in a way that's going to raise the prices of homes, making it even more unaffordable or less affordable for people who are lower income. I just don't know how this works. You want to know the best way to fix all of this, and you don't need a 50-year mortgage rate? It's actually really easy. Lower the mortgage rates. Get the rates down. This would not be a problem, 4 years ago, 5 years ago, when rates were in the, 2.1, 2.2, something like that? How about we just get back to that point? I'm not complaining. You get me down to, man, you give me 2% interest rate, I'm in. I am in. I'll buy 2 homes. I'll buy an even bigger home that I can't afford for 2 versus, what is it today? Do we know? 617, I think, 6.2, something like that. It's insane. It's too high still. At least he's thinking about ways to bring, in theory, the cost of home ownership down, even though it raises it in the long term. How about you do a 10-year loan for no interest? Can we do that? No? Legacy Group Capital, speaking of which, they develop local real estate, lend money. They've been averaging double-digit returns with zero investor losses for 19 years. Contact Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. legacyg.com.
Carpoolers using the SR 167 Express toll lanes now need a Flex Pass set to HOV mode to ride free. That's a change. Having good to go always costs less than pay by mail. That is not a change. Learn more at goodtogo167.com.
If you're one of the millions of Americans behind on your taxes, if you're afraid to open your mail because IRS collection letters could be coming, listen carefully. The IRS is cracking down, taking paychecks, freezing bank accounts, revoking passports. That's a fact. But here's what most people don't know. There are official tax relief programs designed to help struggling taxpayers. Programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief. Optima's award-winning team will fight to protect your paycheck, your passport, and your property. Their tax attorneys and licensed tax professionals will work tirelessly to get you the best deal possible with the IRS. Every day, penalties and interest keep piling up, so don't wait. Call Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-783-8055. That's 800-783-8055. 800-783-8055.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
May I help you? I just wanted to request a late checkout, please.
Of course. That's $30 per hour for up to 4 hours.
Huh. Okay, but if you can offer a late checkout, then that probably means no one is staying in that room. So if it's empty, maybe I can just stay a few extra hours.
Oh, aren't you adorable?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Rain-X wipers are the #1 wiper blades in America. That means all kinds of drivers choose Rain-X. Big drivers in small cars choose Rain-X. Small drivers in big cars choose Rain-X. Drivers with long hair and short commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with short hair and long commutes choose Rain-X. Drivers with pets on board, babies on board, and bored babies on board choose Rain-X. Basically, drivers who love a clear view of the road all choose Rain-X wipers, the #1 wiper blades in America.
Health insurance is broken, but it doesn't have to be. That's why Scan Health Plan was founded as a nonprofit
so we can create Medicare Advantage plans that focus on the real needs of seniors. We've been people first since 1977, and we're here to make Medicare work hard for you, because you deserve more than a broken system. You deserve a plan that fights for you. Visit scandifference.org to learn more. Scan Health Plan is an HMO plan with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in Scan Health Plan depends on contract renewal.
The Crest Report with Tim Conway Jr. and Rich Jacoby, founder of Golden Crest Metals. Real insight on money, markets, and the stories shaping your financial world. The Crest Report, where markets meet reality. Hear it this Saturday at 3 p.m. on Seattle Red. Seattle Red on 770 KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO FM, HD3 Tacoma, Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT Eastlake, 33 BU Seattle.
Putting it on a fast track. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. The Senate inching closer to passing a measure that would end the government shutdown after several Democrats voted to end the filibuster. The measure would fund the government into January. If it's passed by the Senate, it needs to go back to the House.
We'll give a 36-hour formal and official notice so that we can vote as soon as possible to pass the amended CR bill and get it to the president's desk.
Speaker Mike Johnson, the measure does not include an extension of the Affordable Care Act tax credits, which Democrats had demanded. 9 Democrats broke ranks and voted with Republicans to move the legislation forward, making them and Democratic leader Chuck Schumer a target from within the party.
He did not vote for this, but he didn't stop his caucus from voting for it either. Some are calling for his head. Ro Khanna wrote, "If you can't lead the fight to stop health care premiums from skyrocketing for Americans, what will you fight for?"
Fox's Aisha Hasni at the Capitol. Even if lawmakers reopen the government by Wednesday, the impacts of the shutdown will likely continue at airports for days after that due to a lack of air traffic controllers.
Chicago's O'Hare and Midway airports seeing the most disruption, where a winter storm is adding insult to government shutdown injury. Atlanta, New York's LaGuardia, Boston and Phoenix airports also hit hard. Air traffic controller staff shortages are to blame for a majority of the flight disruptions, impacting an estimated more than 5.2 million passengers over the 41-day government shutdown.
Fox's Brian Yanis at Newark Airport in New Jersey. President Trump has asked the Supreme Court to throw out a jury's $5 million civil judgment against him in the E. Jean Carroll case. The writer sued him, claiming he sexually abused her at a Manhattan department store in the mid-1990s and later defamed her. America is listening to Fox News.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues?
Who are you?
Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel.
Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain. Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast. Speaking of fast, did you just see that play? Yeah, he vaporized that ball. That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Jason Rantz Show. We are here live on Seattle Red, 770 AM. We are streaming live online at seattlered.com and the Seattle Red app. As Washington voted, Secretary of State Steve Hobbs was playing literal board games in Germany, and we were paying for it. But first, we got some election results. And that's what's trending, brought to you by the Sunset Auto family.
What's trending? Let's get political.
To be clear, we do not yet have a winner in the mayoral race. We might not even have one tomorrow or the day after. But remember how I just said in the last hour that on Friday she won like 54.8 something percent of the vote, and if she were to get that exact same turnout for the data dump today, where she would win 54 and change % of the vote, they would sway her way, she'd be winning by about 65 votes.
Mm-hmm.
So I was a little off, but I feel like being off by 91 votes is pretty much me being spot on. Now, I didn't come up with that number. Someone else came up with it. I think it was Greg Nichols who posted it. But 65, it's 91 votes now separates the two. And Katie Wilson is in the lead. 39,000 ballots, I'm looking at them now, were counted in this last batch. And that means we have 10-ish thousand votes left. There is no reason to believe, zero to believe, that when we get the updated ballot count tomorrow and the day after that, that all of a sudden Bruce Harrell is going to start winning a higher percentage of votes. It's possible. It is possible, but very unlikely, because it's not just that Katie Wilson, the trend of her picking up votes held steady, it accelerated. I mean, today's batch was 38,277, and she won 55.7% of that vote. So that's higher than the 54.85 or whatever percentage it was on Friday. It was 54.8%, was just doing the quick math on the numbers in my head. And I mean, someone just sent it to me via text because I asked them. It was 54.8% on Friday. Today it's 55.7%. And this means, short of some sort of miracle or a last-ditch change, where for some reason all the Harrell voters waited until 7:55 p.m. on Tuesday to put their ballot in the drop box, she's the winner. She's going to win this. And on the one hand, separating myself as a taxpayer from this, completely from this conversation, it's really exciting. Like, it's a fun, exciting news story. As someone who lives in Seattle and pays taxes in Seattle,
or even if you just live close to Seattle,
works in Seattle, drives through Seattle, knows where Seattle is on a map, it's a little tense. She comes into this position with no qualifications for this particular job. Now, she has said, and this is a fair response, no one who shows up to any of these positions comes with the requisite experience. Unless you've already become a mayor, you're not going to come in with experience. And that's fair. That is fair to a degree. But coming in with not even an understanding of how City Hall operates behind the scenes as a council member or a legislative aide or something, you can't just undercut that or underplay that. That's important. Now, it's not the end-all be-all, right? It really isn't. I don't want to put too much stock in that, but it is something. Running a business is something. Trump comes to the presidency without any experience the first time around, right? But he ran a business. He knew how to run multiple businesses with thousands of employees. That does matter. Run budgets, develop budgets. That does matter. And Katie Wilson can't do that, or she doesn't have the experience. Now, could she and will she? I think she will, but will she hire people around her who maybe have that experience and can fill in some of the blanks? Yeah, absolutely. And, behind the scenes, I can tell you Joe Mallahan, who's a more moderate Democrat, has actually been working with her campaign. And I think that's a good sign. I don't know why he chose to do that in particular, but that's a good sign. We have a very good relationship with Katie Wilson and her campaign team, et cetera. I appreciate that. And it's not like all of a sudden I'm going to say her positions are really great for Seattle, because I don't believe that. And I've told her that on this show multiple times. But I want her to do well, because I'd like the city not to revert to where it was just a few years ago when people like her were calling the shots. But the people like her who were calling the shots had more experience in calling shots. And so I don't know if that is worse or better for us. Because could you argue that she would come in with such naivete on the system or ignorance of the system that she won't be very effective in implementing change? Okay, that would be good. Or because she doesn't have that kind of experience, could she become more chaotic and damaging? That would obviously be bad. But I don't see how she loses that she's up now. I told you on election night, if she were up by 1 vote, she would win this. Well, she's up by 91 votes. She's going to win this. She's going to win this. The only thing, one thing can get in the way short of a miracle. Let's just push that aside. Let us assume that, just for the sake of argument, the 91 votes stands. That's how many she wins by. How does Bruce Harrell overcome that?
Recount or
maybe let's say there's a recount and they pick up a couple votes, but what else? You're close. You're sniffing in the general direction.
They take away, they check ballots and throw out ones that are potentially invalid.
Or the opposite.
Yeah.
They toss some ballots because the signatures didn't match and people got notifications. So, hey, Jackson, we didn't count your vote because the signature didn't match what we have on file. If this is an error and this is, in fact, your vote, why don't you cure it by sending us an affidavit, filling out this form, sending about whatever it is, right? That's how this is not completely over if she were to, quote unquote, win by 91 votes. Because there's going to be, and I don't know the official number at this, it's under 1,000, I believe, or around that, of votes that were cast but did not count for whatever reason. Sometimes you just forgot to put the signature on the ballot. And if that's you, and let's say you voted for Bruce Harrell, they've got records of who voted and they know, generally speaking, who's their supporter. So they're going to say, hey, Jackson voted, but his ballot didn't count. So let's make sure that we reach out to him and say, cure your ballot by the deadline. Otherwise, we're going to lose this thing for sure. So that gives them a fighting chance. I've never seen anyone win an election because of curing. I'm assuming it's happened at some point somewhere. But are you familiar with any local ones at least that ended in that way?
Nothing comes to mind.
Right? It's very difficult. But so you're saying there's a chance. There's a small chance for Bruce Harrell to win this. But he's out. Let's just call it. Do you think he feels like he should not have come on this show? Or more likely, I should have come on sooner.
I mean, to me, that's the answer, but 100%. I don't know how he feels. But.
And that's the thing. Claudia Balducci, over the weekend, she said, okay, I'm out. I lost. She conceded. Gurmai Zahalai is the winner for King County Executive. And it wasn't that close, but it was close enough where if you're Claudia, you should be asking, did I do everything that I could have done in order to win? And the answer, when she decided to ignore not just me, but you guys listening, she ignored you in King County. She said to herself, and her campaign team agreed, well, let's ignore all the conservatives. Let's not talk directly to them. That's a mistake. And if anything, Bruce Harrell should have reached out a little bit sooner and at least had a better relationship with conservatives in this town. We're not going to win an election for someone generally, not by a huge margin, but when it's really, really close, we have a little bit of an influence.
Especially when a place like Seattle has had so much early voting, but coming on when he did, it was probably just a little too late.
It was a little bit too late, and I don't say that to rub it in his face because he seemed like a kind of a jerk, but I love his wife. His wife was awesome, and I feel bad for her. Too bad. She should have just run. Should have been her. What's her name? Joanne, I think. She should have been the one who ran, not Bruce Harrell. But again, we'll keep an eye on this. We'll get the update tomorrow at 4. But I'm going to be seen as a hero on Fox News for my prediction this morning because I said it's going to be very, very close. Now, in related news, as we all got our ballots 2 weeks before Tuesday, right? We get our ballots 2 weeks before election. Secretary of State Steve Hobbs was over 5,000 miles away in Essen, Germany, promoting and playing board games. And we all paid for it. And it's one of those stories that I'll be following a little bit more closely because they made a mistake at Steve Hobbs' office in not responding to my initial inquiries. And when you ignore me, you force me to do something that's very, very boring for me to not just do, but talk about and then research. What is that thing that they force me to do?
Say public disclosure request.
Okay, that's public disclosure request.
I put in a public disclosure request for all of the data. They eventually did get back to me after I put in the public disclosure request to tell me that they spent about $80,000 in taxpayer funds for 3 people to attend a 3-day festival or fair called the Spiel Board Game Fair. And yet they were in Germany for 10 days to the tune of $80,000. I've not been to Essen, Germany, but I've been all over Germany. I've been to Hamburg, which was awful. I've been to Berlin, which was awful. And I've been to Munich, which was awful. I hate Germany. I really hate it. It's a horrible country. The food is good. The people are reasonably nice, even though every time they speak to you, it sounds like they're yelling at you. But everything is the architecture there is so depressing.
My brother studied abroad there this year.
Your brother sounds insufferable then, if he enjoyed it at least. I hate Germany, but I never came close to like $20-something thousand for 10 days. I've not been there for 10 days. I've been there at the most for 4 days. But if I put all of my trips together, I wouldn't get close to one person's share of the 80,000, which is just insane to me. How could it cost that much? And why were they there for 10 days? The actual fair was October 23rd through the 26th. And yet they were there, they got there 5 days before the event, and they didn't land back in Washington until 4 days after the event. Now, maybe you can say one of those days makes sense because you're not leaving the day that the fair is done and there's a time difference thing. Okay, maybe. But you can't explain 3 days on the back end and 5 days on the front end. In principle, I have no problem supporting small businesses the way that Hobbs says he was doing. He's basically said the reason why we did this was we want to make sure that Washington board game makers enter an important international market. It's good for their business. Fair enough. And they were there, they say, in partnership with the Washington State Department of Commerce and Wizards of the Coast. It was an international trade mission to help 9 Washington-based companies, quote, break into international markets and generate investment in Washington's economy. I have no problem with the goal on that, but dear God, that seems like an awful lot of money for a small group of people when you could have just sent people from the Commerce Department. Or should we not have pointed that out? Let's find out what else is trending.
What's trending? Legal.
All across King County, you've got students, children, young kids who are being exposed to content parents would objectively find concerning, objectionable. And yet there's nothing really parents can do, which is precisely why Moms for Liberty of King County are working with Liberty Counsel to make sure that those kids and parents actually have a voice. They'd like to push back, but they actually need people to bring suit on behalf of all of the parents who are impacted by this. Mariah Gondero is the litigation counsel for Liberty Counsel, and she joins me now. Welcome to the show.
Thank you so much for having me, Jason.
Obviously, you need someone with standing who's willing to fight for their kid, but as I imagine you know, it's not easy in this region for a parent to come forward and speak up.
Yes, absolutely. And I understand that working in a state like California. But the good thing is that the Supreme Court has been very clear. You know, recently it held that schools could not mandate that children read LGBTQ-related books in classrooms as part of the curriculum. So this mandate by the Seattle Public Schools is a direct violation of the United States Supreme Court. The United States Supreme Court has held that parents who have religious convictions that conflict with the LGBTQ-related themes and books in the classroom, they should not be forced to have their child read those books, and they should be allowed to opt out. But Seattle has specifically mandated that LGBTQ inclusive related instruction does not allow parents to opt out. So this includes anything from reading books that include LGBTQ related characters, to sharing pronouns, to displaying posters or flags supporting the LGBTQ community. These are all issues that are in direct violation to what the Supreme Court has said. And so when we saw this happening, we realized this is a direct affront to the United States Supreme Court. Like, this is a slam dunk. We want to be able to reach out to parents in the area who are concerned, working parents who have no other option but to send their child to public school because they have to work. We're looking for parents who have concerns that with this curriculum do not want their children reading about LGBTQ-related materials. They want to be able to have those discussions with their child outside of the classroom because it shouldn't be in the classroom. It doesn't belong there.
Yeah, and I think the intent is what matters here, at least to me. I would probably take issue with you guys if you had said, yeah, the intent here is even if there's like some passive character who happens to be gay and that's not even close to a theme of a book, I'd probably say you're being hypersensitive, and I don't think that that's reasonable for parents to complain about. But the intent of the book selection is very clearly political, whether you're talking about Seattle Public Schools or anywhere else. I mean, I know you're taking issue specifically with SPS, but the reality is across the state, you have districts that don't allow opt-out of gender identity books.
Yes. So there's really no limitation as far as what Seattle is allowing. I mean, many of these books, just quite frankly, they have no place in school. They encourage young students to explore their gender identity and, transgenderism. That has no place in public schools. That is not the role of a teacher to talk about, what a child, their perceived pronouns or their perceived gender identity. Those are discussions that should be left at home with the parents. They should be getting back to teaching children what's important, like math and writing, the topics that are going to prepare them for college and beyond.
What can you tell a parent who maybe is concerned that if they were to speak up, they'd be targeted by their schools?
Well, the reality is the law is on our side. And I
don't mean the law, and let me clarify, because clearly the law is, in fact, on your side. There's no doubt about that, and it's alarming that Seattle Public Schools doesn't seem to care about that. I'm saying that there's very clearly a stigma in this region for conservatives. You've got liberals who run pretty much everything. They've got a whole lot of power. They tend to bully and shame and even dox people who might come out as conservative, regardless of whether or not the conservative is on the right side. So I imagine there's some parents out there who say, look, I'm going to try to do what's best for my kid, but I don't want to put a target on my kid's back.
Sure. Well, I can say that when we've gotten involved in lawsuits, it's very rare that a district would try to retaliate against a parent or a child when we're actually involved in a lawsuit. Usually that happens when we're not involved, when they're just trying to, take things into their own hands and advocate for their child, and then they're retaliated against, and then we get involved. When we are involved in a situation like this, like I said, it's, they have their attorneys involved. They know that they can't be doing anything when a lawsuit is ongoing, because it comes down to just litigating the law and whether it's permissible and whether it's not permissible. Because if we were to file a lawsuit and then these teachers were to retaliate against these students and the parents, that would not help their case at all.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be wise. Their attorneys certainly wouldn't encourage that or promote that by any means. So I think there's always going to be the concern, of course, that people in the public will maybe harass you, or you might experience some type of pushback by members in the public. That's just the reality of where they live. But this is what's right. It's the right thing to do. It's about protecting children. It's about protecting parental rights. This has gone way too far. The Supreme Court agrees, and it's time for cities like Seattle to realize that they are not above the law. They need to follow the Supreme Court. They need to respect parents' rights. And it's really not a matter of, they can debate, whether LGBTQ is okay all day long. But this is ultimately about religious rights and parental rights. These parents have a right to be able to control the upbringing of their child. And that goes along with things related to their transgender status or gender identity. That is not the role of the government. That is the role of parents.
So what, if a parent is interested in helping the cause here, what do they need to do?
So if a parent is interested, they should definitely reach out to our organization, Liberty Council. You can reach out to lc.org, info@lc.org. You can go to our website and fill out a legal intake form, and it'll come straight to our office, and we'll be able to contact you there. But that is how I would advise parents who are concerned about this mandatory instruction and what their children are learning to reach out to us on our website.
Yeah. Again, the website is lc.org. It's Liberty Council, lc.org. We've been talking with Mariah Gondero. She's the litigation counsel for Liberty Council, lc.org. Thank you so much for stopping by. I really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Jason, for having me on.
Of course. You're listening to The Jason Rantz Show. The average used vehicle financing rate right now is like 11.87%, which is insane. So the Sunset Auto family is offering what might be the best used vehicle financing deal out there. Less than half the average rate with no payments for 90 days on all qualifying vehicles, 2015 and newer. You just get more at Sunset. And people do like that. Online at sunsetautofamily.com. When we come back, some encouraging news out of Spokane, where their anti-homeless camping ban is actually generating some results. We'll get into that when we come back on The Jason Rantz Show. This hour brought to you by the Northwest Safe Company, online at nwsafe.com.
Time for today's edition of Growing Your Wealth, presented by Madrona Financial. Here's Brian Evans.
I often hear financial advisors talking about the three-legged stool of retirement, making sure you have cash flow from various sources so that you'll be okay no matter what happens to your investment portfolio over time. Now, the three legs of the stool are often referred to as Social Security, which most of us have, a pension, which most of us do not have, and also annuities, which most of us do not have. So those are the three typical legs of the stool. I'm going to talk about 7 in my short time on this today. We do have those 3, and certainly if you don't have a pension, you can get pension-like attributes through an annuity. Now, a lot of people are, I've been listening to the advertisement from people that don't sell annuities saying you should hate them. I've never met anybody that hates getting lifetime cash flow, second to die, that can never run out. Annuities are not bad on the surface. They can be very good components to your retirement plan. But there's also other areas you will want to consider, and one of the most important ones is making sure you have a plan to pay off your mortgage so that you're not going into retirement with a big mortgage when you're not working anymore. Take a look at refinancing to a 10 or 15-year mortgage with rates an all-time low below 3%. Another one is a fixed index universal life that is a lot like a fixed index annuity, except it adds some other features such as life insurance, and the cash flow in retirement is income tax free. And finally, there's rentals. You can convert rentals to DSTs, and there's also, you maybe have a business you want to sell. Those are your 7 legs of the stool.
And that was Growing Your Wealth with Brian Evans, Madrona Financial. Investments, retirement, taxes, and legacy. MadronaFinancial.com.
Even the mightiest of trees can be blown over if they don't have strong enough roots. The same is true with your investment plan. Can your plan withstand a financial storm? Go to MadronaFinancial.com and click on the Get Started button to request your Rooted Wealth analysis. You can also click on the chat button and ask us anything. We have a searchable library with answers to your questions. Visit MadronaFinancial.com.
If you use carpool or toll lanes along SR 167 without a Good-to-Go account, you'll now receive a bill in the mail. That is a change. A Good-to-Go pass saves $2 on every toll. That is not a change. Learn more at goodtogo167.com.
Staples presents an easy holiday.
My holiday list was a mile long.
Fa la 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 boo hoo hoo.
Staples made it easy with big savings on tech gifts.
I'm listening.
And I saved big on custom holiday cards, too. Plus, Staples has UPS shipping in store.
Holy flying reindeer. Shop Staples today for 40% off custom cards, invites, wrapping paper, labels, stamps, and photo gifts.
That was easy.
In-store and online expires 11/15. Exclusions apply. Visit staples.com/print for details.
With the new IHOP value menu, $6 is all it takes to go to your happy place, where stacks of pancakes with bacon and eggs are just $6 every day. French toast, sausage, and eggs are, you guessed it, $6. And fluffy omelets come with a side of pancakes and only cost $6. Go to your happy plates every day at IHOP. $7 in some locations. Available every day for a limited time at participating restaurants in the U.S. Hours may vary. No substitutions. Not valid with other discounts or promotions. Prices may vary.
Coach Jimmy Rogers and the Washington State Cougars are back at home this Saturday for a matchup against the Louisiana Tech Bulldogs. Washington State hosting Louisiana Tech Saturday night at 7 p.m. at Giesa Field. Pre-game coverage starts at 5 p.m. Washington State versus Louisiana Tech. Catch the excitement all season long right here.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on ktth.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
Sammamish, Kent, Olympia, Everett.
This is the Big Local on the Jason Rantz Show.
Centralia, Lakewood.
Stories about you, not about Seattle.
Hey, look at that, 4:30 on a weekday afternoon. I think that means it's time for the Big Local. Isn't that what we do here?
Or the little? No, it's the big one.
It's the big one, right? Not humongous. It's big. We don't have to be ostentatious. It doesn't be crazy. It's the Big Local. Brought to you by The Dana Show, hosted by Dana Lash, weekdays from 9 to noon right here on Seattle Red. This is the part of the show where we completely ignore stories coming out of Seattle and instead spend all of our attention on the communities you live in and care about most. We start in the city of Spokane. We told you a few weeks ago that finally the city got its act together and decided to create a anti-homeless camping law with some teeth to it, and it's actually working. An email to the city council from Mayor Lisa Brown said officers have issued 83 citations, and that 1/3 of the people offered services actually said yes. This was just the first week of implementation. Now, 83 in the grand scheme of things, 83 citations, not a ton. And 1/3 of the 83 saying yes, still not a huge number. However, this is very, 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 very promising news. Very promising news. And, we talked with our friend Jonathan Bingle. Let's make sure he actually survived his re-election campaign because it was looking really tight and I forgot to look at the last break. But he was out there for a while now saying, yeah, we've gone months without handing out any citations whatsoever. This is a problem that we can help solve, but you're actually going to have to do some of the work. It's based upon their idea, Proposition 1. They actually kind of called it Prop 1 Plus. Prop 1 was a tough voter-backed initiative that was then subsequently struck down by the uber left-wing state Supreme Court And in their response, they said this has to come from the state legislature. So the city council and the mayor's office decided to finally do something about it, which basically said you will get hit with a citation unless you accept our offer of services. You can't just camp out wherever it is you want to camp out. And part of the reason why it's working now is, at least according to the police chief, Kevin Hall, speaking with KXLY TV, everyone's kind of working together.
It's the first time since I've been here where I've seen all of the actors in the city work together and recognize that there was an issue and that needed to be corrected.
So at the same time, he said what we all said, which was the last law, there was no teeth to it.
With the previous ordinance, we had 0 engagement interactions where treatment was taken. So far, in the past 6 days, we've had 9 people receive engagement from the officers and then accept treatment with the officers facilitating that. The people say, just tell me where you want me to go and I'll go there. Well, there was no place for them to go. Now there's a place for them to go.
This is how you start addressing a big issue, and they're years behind, but they're also ahead of the game when it comes to a whole lot of other cities, frankly. The cities who adopt similar policies like this, they end up doing better. They're hated for it by the radical left, and certainly the homeless people who want to live in a place without any rules, right? And politicians who back policies like this sometimes learn to regret it. It kind of depends on where they are. In some places like Burien, they pushed forward with this, and then progressives took over and booted out all the council members, including our friend Stephanie Mora. Right now, Bingle is behind by a handful of votes, and that's obviously not good for him. But in other places like Marysville, Mayor John Naring implemented policies similar to this, and just that we have rules and regulations and we're actually going to enforce them. He ends up looking at this and getting rewarded politically for it because it was the right decision. So it depends on where it is you live, I guess. But this is great news and will address the root causes of homelessness because you're putting people into the system to get the help to address why it is they're homeless to begin with.
If we leverage all of these different components that we now have in place, I think we are making meaningful steps towards solving the underlying causes of the problem. And what I've seen so far and my confidence in my officers is they're going to use this judiciously, like I said, to try and get people into treatment and solve the underlying problems.
We wish them the best of luck. Now, one step forward, 22 steps back, or 12 steps back, or maybe 12 percentage steps back, or 12% of a step back. I don't know how to make this work. But the city of Spokane announced a surprise to local businesses. A 12% parking tax has been proposed by Mayor Lisa Brown. And Spokane leaders in the business community are saying this was hastily conceived. It is inherently anti-business, and it will become economic suicide for an area that's already struggling. They're talking about the downtown core specifically, where this would just kill. I was in Spokane, how long ago? 3 months ago, maybe 2.5 months ago, something like that, for a speech. And I get up naturally early, so I like to walk around and listen to podcasts. Although at that point I was listening to Armstrong and Getty live on the Seattle Red app, which works in Spokane brilliantly. And the hotel I was at, the name of which I forget, it's their one nice hotel downtown that everyone talks about.
The Davenport.
Thank you. And it's right in the middle of downtown. It's right smack in the middle. So I go out in the morning, and it wasn't crazy dirty with like homeless people or anything, but it was dead. It was dead. And sometimes in the city we don't talk about during this segment, during like a Sunday Seahawks game, Seattle is dead. There's still some movement around, but everyone's clearly either at the game or indoors watching the game. Like you can tell if it's a Seahawks Sunday. But Saturday, things are pretty lively. I was walking around on a Saturday. It was dead. There was no one anywhere. And you can argue, well, Jason, you were up, because I think when I went out for the walk, it was like 8 a.m. But I was out until like 9:30. nothing was happening. It's shocking how dead it was. I can only imagine what's going to happen when you now add a 12% parking tax on top of every other issue that's impacting downtown Spokane. That's an insanely high tax, too. That's just nuts. Absolutely nuts. John Snyder was the transportation director who, I guess, pitched this idea or introduced this idea. And people are kind of upset, including Emil Cameron, who's the president of the Downtown Spokane Partnership. She wrote a strongly worded letter to the director of transportation there and said, no, like you do, like when your dog does something bad, like, no. And she rubbed his face in it, in the tax of 12%.
How do you rub someone's face in a tax?
I don't know. Just go with it.
It's like a piece of paper or like...
Yeah, sure. She says, I'm writing to share significant concerns regarding this new 12% tax that would begin in less than 60 days. This plan is being proposed without notification, opportunity for input for engagement, leaving property owners and their tenants who will shoulder its impact with little time to react or provide input. I don't want to ruin it for her, but that's the point. That's intentional. You know why you didn't get a lot of time to respond? Because they don't want to hear from you. And now it's on you, representing business community leaders, to actually do something. So what are you going to do? You can complain all you want. And sure, it's not like I'm expecting businesses to just say, okay, well, we're out. Maybe stop donating to the same politicians over and over and over again. Maybe make life a little bit more difficult for these politicians. Just like a little bit. And make sure that your customers know who's responsible for this. Because it's really easy to not point fingers directly at the specific people who are responsible. In this case, it's Lisa Brown, the mayor. I mean, we all instinctively know that if all of a sudden we get hit with a new tax on parking, well, the city did it, right? Unless it's labeled like a state parking tax. It's usually labeled, we'll figure that out. But oftentimes, you don't know who is responsible. You might know what, but you don't know who. And Lisa Brown, I imagine, if all of a sudden everyone, upon looking at her, hiss at her like, hiss, for the parking tax, probably not going to feel great. And she's going to want to walk something like that back. Unless they feel like their political power is on the line, unless they legitimately fear that they won't have political power moving forward, they don't really care about your reaction because they'll ultimately just say, oh, they'll forget. How many times have we talked about pieces of legislation that were really, really important to us and we needed to defeat it, and then we totally forget about it 3 months later?
All the time.
All the time. Why? Because there's pieces of legislation that gets introduced daily.
Flood the zone, yeah.
Right? That's just outrageous, and we just can't spend all that much time on it. How many times did we call out a tax hike, a levy increase, a new sales tax at the time, and then after it's implemented, we stop talking about it because we have to move on to something else all the time. And so maybe all of us have to do a better job making sure that that doesn't happen. Call it the Lisa Brown parking tax. Brand her with this. Brand her office with that. And then all of a sudden, at a bare minimum, maybe she's less likely to introduce something similar in the future. You might not win this particular battle, but at least try, right? Just at least try. And then finally, out in Pierce County, we have an update. Ruston City Council voted in favor of giving permanence to its ban on alcohol sales after midnight. Business community leaders again said, don't do this. This is a bad idea. You're hurting our business. It's really, really, really simple for someone to just go outside of Ruston city limits and purchase booze. So all you're doing in all of this, all you're doing is saying to someone who at, midnight is at a bar maybe in Ruston, you're like, no, can't continue to drink. Or maybe, someone is looking for some booze at the end of a long weekend shift or something. They're going to say, okay, I'll drive out to Furcrest or University Place or Tacoma. There's plenty of options around Ruston for them to get the booze. And then weirdly, by the way, drive back into the Ruston community, possibly already sloshed,
Or you can just go home and drink too. It's not like.
But it's just, all you're doing is harming businesses with this. But they decided in a vote of 4-1 to make the temporary ban permanent. It prohibits the sale of alcohol after midnight and requires businesses that do sell alcohol to close at 1 a.m., which was arguably an even bigger deal. Because now in fairness, unless it's a restaurant or a diner or something, if you're a bar that no longer sells booze after midnight, I don't know how much later you want to be open. If anything, you might as well just close at midnight or 11:45 and just get it over with. They say if you violate this rule, you're subject to a misdemeanor citation. It goes into effect on Wednesday, the 12th. Stupid idea. And I don't even drink. It's a horrible idea.
Bunch of wet blankets.
I know, lighten up, guys. Oh, we can't have booze. It's funny because I thought they called it the wet blanket approach in this Tacoma News Tribune article, but they said it's the blanket approach. That would just harm all businesses equally across the board. But they should call it the wet blanket approach. I kind of like that better. 1-800-465-8770 for your text. When we come back, you pick the news. Story number 1. Jimmy Kimmel's wife turns out to be just as insufferable as Jimmy Kimmel when it comes to the politics. Or story number 2, Georgia police officer is under investigation for something I said would 100% happen, misgendering someone. I told you this would happen, and it turns out it did. We'll get into it if you want. You choose the story. 1-800-465-8770 for your text messages. The stock market's on fire, but there's also $8 trillion of dollars of cash sitting on the sidelines because people are scared or don't know where to put it. Legacy Group Capital is where you put it. You invest local. Legacy Group Capital has averaged double-digit returns with zero investor losses for 19 years. LegacyG.com, the letter G. LegacyG.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Jason Rantz here for the Washington Center for Sleep. Sleep is important. Sleep is important. You get bad sleep, even for one night, you could be feeling it for days. But for those of you who have been getting bad sleep for years, snoring, sleep apnea, whatever the issue is, you are cutting years off of your life. You've got brain fog like crazy. You're tired all the time. It doesn't matter what it is you do, you never feel better. It doesn't have to be that way. In fact, Dr. Nick Kugler ensures that it doesn't have to be that way. And you can get treatment covered by insurance. They're in network with most major medical insurers. And I was talking to Dr. Kugler just a few weeks ago, and he just had 3 patients who had already hit their deductibles. They didn't owe a penny for their home sleep tests, their office visits, or even the sleep appliance they ended up getting, custom made for them by Dr. Kugler. So it was basically free treatment to get better restorative sleep that's going to make you healthy again. And even patients who haven't hit their deductible, a lot of the times they're spending less than $500. Go to wasleep.com and change your life the way that I did. wasleep.com, wasleep.com.
You're losing your hair and you simply need a solution that works. You want the best. Modern technology, top-rated physicians, something that's guaranteed to work. Guys, you need world-class Dr. Perungo and his team at Advanced Hair. Advanced Hair has completely redefined hair restoration. From the experience itself to their unmatched results. Receding hairline, bald spot, thinning hair, maybe all three like I had. Get your hair back with Advanced Hair's simple one-day treatment that begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day. Advanced Hair has changed tens of thousands of lives, including mine. And get this, Advanced Hair is once again the winner of the 425 Business of the Year. For your free consultation, call 425-449-8185. Right now, you'll get $250 off and 250 free hair grafts. Refine your hairline with the team that redefined hair restoration. That's 425-449-8185. Or for the before and afters, visit advancedhair.com.
Well, folks, a golden sunrise is dawning over America. Trump is back, ushering in a time of American prosperity, peace, and achievement. And with the economy ready to boom, it's a great time to get a piece of the golden era for yourself. Hi, I'm Brian from Northgate Rare Coins. Whether you're looking to sell your old coins, jewelry, paper money, or precious metals for some quick cash, or you want to make a smart investment for the future, Northgate Rare Coins has you covered. My brother Brendan and I draw from decades of experience to ensure our customers get honest, upfront appraisals and great values every day. We don't have fancy showrooms or high-pressure sales pitches, which means we can usually offer our customers the best deals around, and our appraisals are always free. Celebrate a great new day in America and at Northgate Rare Coins.
Invest in your golden era today at Northgate Rare Coins. See them online at northgaterarecoinscs.com or in Linwood, see the coin market off 164th Street.
You picked the topic on the Jason Rantz Show.
I swear to you guys, I said that this was going to happen many times, which is the second that you allow people, especially on their driver's licenses, to change their gender, you're going to have some cop get called out for, in cases like gender X. So we've got a female suspect, like, no, it's male. And they're going to get into this woke nightmare, and that's exactly what's happening in Tucker, Georgia. That's DeKalb County, where Fox 5 Atlanta says police have launched an internal investigation after a transgender woman says an officer confronted her for using the women's restroom at a public library on October 20th. And Sasha Swinson says she had just finished using the restroom when a cop stopped her. Here's a little bit more from Fox 5 Atlanta.
I use the restroom, the women's restroom, like I have been for months, if not years.
Okay, so let me word this so I don't get in too much trouble. The voice does very much match the image. And I'm not saying that to be mean or disrespectful, but I am saying it in the context of if you're just some random anyone, you're at a bare minimum going to do a double take to make sure that it wasn't a man who just walked out of the women's bathroom.
Just never had any issues.
Sarah Swinson is a regular at the Tucker Reed Kofer Library. She says after she used the ladies' room on October 20th, a DeKalb police officer on hand for early voting confronted her.
He says, "Excuse me, sir," so misgendering me right away. "You're not a woman. That's obvious."
Swinson says she tried explaining to the officer that,
it was obvious.
She's a transgender woman, but he got angry.
"This is a police matter. There are women and little girls in there, and I have to protect them."
She says it ended up causing a scene in the middle of the library, and she tried to de-escalate.
Finally, I just nodded, and he walked off, and I was very thankful.
The next day, she emailed library staff, who she says reached out to DeKalb County Police.
The library filed the complaint on my behalf.
There aren't any Georgia laws banning transgender.
I'll let them finish. That's not fair. Yeah, that's not fair. What do you mean they filed the complaint on someone else's behalf? You can complain. I'll get why the person might complain. But what is this whole I'm offended on behalf of someone else nonsense? Sorry, no, not in my world. Rantsville does not allow that.
People from using bathrooms aligning with their gender identity. DeKalb PD says its internal affairs unit is actively investigating the incident, but
what is that even actively investigating? You mean you talk to two people? Is that it? It's not like you're doing on-the-ground work. You're not detectives here.
But offering few details. A spokesperson said the department, quote, remains dedicated to treating all members of our community with dignity, respect, and professionalism.
Except biological women.
I'm not mad at anybody, more than anything.
You seemed a little mad at the start. Just saying.
I'm just overwhelmed by the support I've gotten from people. I'm not looking for this guy to be fired. I'm not looking for him, to be really punished in any way. I just hope that this is an opportunity for education.
You know what? I will give this person credit for that. Now, the library apparently wants people to be fired because they're calling for the investigation. But the so-called victim in all of this doesn't really appear to view herself as a victim. So why is there an internal investigation, an internal affairs investigation into this cop who, is it fair to say we think at least thought he was doing the right thing? Is that reasonable?
Mm-hmm.
I see someone who looks like a man, because biologically this person is a man, walking out of a girls' or women's restroom. It's a library, so I'm assuming it's likely that there might have been a kid in there, and was intervening because he thought it was the right thing to do. The person who was intervened is not all that offended, isn't calling for the cop to be fired or punished in any way. So how is this an investigation? Because some librarian got offended and filed a complaint? A librarian who wasn't impacted by this in the least? Oh, okay. And of course, this cop will end up being punished in some way. Let's be clear. The cop in question will be punished in some way. You hope it's a slap on the wrist if it has to happen, but there's no way that this cop gets off scot-free for this, because some librarian who's upset that he or she overheard something. Oh, okay. A librarian whose job is basically completely taken over by the internet.
Why do libraries even exist anymore?
They shouldn't. It's just a waste of space. It's for homeless people to smoke fentanyl in the bathroom and old people to go somewhere in the middle of the day. That's all it is. Have you ever seen anyone there using a library for librarian purposes?
No.
No. Then a librarian. They don't even have books to put back on shelves anymore because no one's taking them out. Only time they come up, there's like, oh, can I use the computer so I can look up pornography? Oh, and there's nothing you can do about it. 1-800-465-8770. You're listening to The Jason Rantz Show.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9861. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-9861. That's 800-575-9861.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. Building a home, getting a mortgage, investing in real estate feels like pulling teeth, but it shouldn't have to. But if it does, it means you're probably dealing with a bank or credit union. I sat down with Scott Rarucka. He's the CEO of Legacy Group Capital. And I found out what makes them different. And he said, Jason, here's what's different. We cut through the nonsense. Banks drown you in red tape and delays. Legacy Group Capital, we don't play that game. And they're right. Legacy Group Capital is one of Washington's largest local private portfolio lenders, and they've helped thousands of home buyers and investors hit their financial goals using a common sense approach. Legacy Group lends its own money and makes its own decisions. If your deal makes sense, they make it happen. It gets the attention that you deserve from the people who are local and invested in this community. Call them at 425-635-4700. 425-635-4700. You can visit them online at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments are available to accredited investors only. Details online, legacyg.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Seattle Red on 770 KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO FM, HD3 Tacoma Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT Eastway, 33 BU Seattle.
Hoping for passage. I'm Lisa Lacera, Fox News. The Senate now taking a series of votes that will move closer to the end of the government shutdown after agreeing to a deal that would would fund the government into January. The plan does not include an extension of health care subsidies, which Democrats had pushed for, but Republicans say there will be a separate vote on that. President Trump claims the health care subsidies are being used to pay for health care for illegal immigrants.
There's a lot of money when they do this, and they're not getting much, but nobody gets a lot.
On Fox's The Ingram Angle, undocumented immigrants are not eligible for Medicare and Medicaid aside from emergency care. A West Virginia judge rules the deployment of hundreds of the state's National Guard members to Washington, D.C. can continue.
The ruling from Kanawha County Judge Richard Lindsay allows more than 300 Guard members to keep supporting crime-fighting efforts in the nation's capital. When the state's Republican governor, Patrick Morrisey, okayed the deployment, he said federal law authorized it. A citizens group sued, claiming the governor exceeded his authority because the reason went beyond what state law allows: support after natural disasters and specific state requests for assistance. It was originally said the West Virginia Guard would remain in D.C. through the end of November. It is discussing the possibility of extending that end date.
Fox's Gernal Scott, an early dose of winter from Cleveland up to Buffalo in the form of snow.
Watch Interstate 90 and US 20 for driving issues, especially if a squall falls right over where you're driving, because temperatures tonight will fall back into the mid to the upper 20s. We've already had 3, 4, 5 inches of snow along that route, but we could see another 6 or more, especially in northwest Pennsylvania and southwest New York State, including Chautauqua County.
Fox's Mike Seidel in Springfield, Pennsylvania. America's listening to Fox News.
Oh no, stomach issues again?
Stomach issues? Who are you? Your pancreas. I could be the real reason for your diarrhea, gas, bloating, stomach pain, or loose oily stools.
I thought it was my stomach.
People often do, but any of these symptoms could mean having a condition called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI. With EPI, the pancreas doesn't release enough enzymes to break down food, but EPI is manageable. Use the symptom checker on identifyepi.com and speak with your doctor. That's identifyepi.com. Sponsored by AbbVie.
It all comes down to this, folks.
Yep, the entire season is on the line.
But my throat has officially thrown in the towel. Sounds like you need Vicks VapoCool drops. They're max strength and vaporize sore throat pain.
Whoa! These VapoCool drops hit fast.
Speaking of fast, did you just see that play?
Yeah, he vaporized that ball.
That pun should have come with a penalty.
Vaporize sore throat pain with Vicks VapoCool drops. Use as directed.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Jason Rantz Show. We are here live on this Monday afternoon on Seattle Red 770 AM. Streaming on the Seattle Red app. We'll talk this hour with Congressman Riley Moore, the Republican from West Virginia. We'll dive into the $2,000 tariff checks, and we'll give you an election update. But first, the shutdown is inching towards a reopening. That is what's trending.
What's trending? Let's get political.
Democrats are big mad that 8 of their own, or 7 of their own, plus Angus King, the independent, who's really just a Democrat, decided to vote in favor of the continuing resolution. The deal that they got out of this is non-existent. Do you know what they, quote unquote, got out of this from Republicans? What had been on the table this entire time, which is, we'll commit to a vote on Obamacare subsidies. That was always on the table. So they didn't actually get anything out of this. But they finally decided to give in because, well, they weren't winning anything. And again, if polling truly was on the side of Democrats, the 8 outside of Fetterman and King and Rosen from Nevada, because those are the 3 who were consistently voting to reopen or voting for the continuing resolution, which would have an effect of reopening the government. But if the polling told Gene Shaheen or Tim Kaine or Dick Durbin, who are among the 8 Democrats, if the polling said, oh, no, keep doing this, the American people 100% are with you. This is helping you so much, and you're going to get something big out of it. If that's what it said, they would not have agreed to reopen yesterday or to start the conversation yesterday. They would have continued because you had already gone 40-ish days and didn't get anything. So what exactly is the argument from a Democratic perspective to suddenly give in? Like, I get why Democrats who didn't group themselves with the 7+1 are upset, right? I understand why Pramila Jayapal is upset or Adam Smith. I get it. From their perspective, they definitely didn't get anything other than having to live with the fact that they caused so much pain and suffering of federal workers and created the chaos in the skies that we're now dealing with a ton of delays. Right? I get their perspective. And, Tim Kaine made a mistake, I think, in this MSNBC interview. Because he was asked, well, what's going on? Why all of a sudden did you change and want to reopen the government?
Well, look, I was voting with the Democrats for about 40 days as I was campaigning around Virginia trying to help engineer a big electoral win.
Engineer a big electrical win. Oh, okay.
Last Tuesday that went well. But when I got here after that election, it's like, okay, we're nearing 40 days in, and where are we? And here's where we were. No path to fix the Affordable Care Act with the government shut, because the Republicans said we won't even talk about it till you open the government. And SNAP recipients, 45 million having their benefits cut, with even the contingency fund about to run out. That's where we were. No path to an ACA fix, SNAP recipients suffering, and a whole lot of other problems.
So just remind me, who closed the government?
Democrats.
They thought this was going to be a successful scheme, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But it wasn't.
No.
And so some Democrats are saying, look, we screwed this up, but we want to continue to screw this up and harm people. I mean, that's what Bernie Sanders had to say.
Tonight, 8 Democrats voted with the Republicans to allow them to go forward on this continuing resolution. And to my mind,
this is a disgrace. It is disgusting. It is despicable, and all the other D words that I could think of.
This was a very, very bad vote.
So bad. This is the worst vote in the history of bad votes.
What it does, first of all, is it raises healthcare premiums.
No, it doesn't. It does not. Nothing that happened yesterday or was agreed to yesterday changed a single penny on the Obamacare subsidies. Because previous to this, they did not agree. They were negotiating it. The subsidies do not expire until the end of the year. Now, it is true that you're going to see higher prices as a result of this, but you're not paying them until next year. And you could have continued for the last 40-ish days negotiating in good faith with Republicans to maintain at least some, if not all, the Obamacare subsidies for another year. Mike Lawler, the the Republican congressman from New York, he introduced a bill 6 weeks ago. This was before the shutdown, to extend the Obamacare subsidies another year. That came from Republicans. Remind me, what did Democrats do to that? Nothing. Literally nothing. They didn't give it the time of day. They could have supported that, which showed you that you had some Republican support. So all the Democrats would, let's just say all Democrats supported that in principle. You don't think you would be able to get a handful, enough of Republicans who want to do what's politically probably better for themselves? It's just so absurd. It's so absurd.
For over 20 million Americans by doubling.
$1 billion.
And in some cases, tripling or quadrupling. People can't afford that.
I don't know
when
what's
we
more
already
than
paying
quadruple,
the highest
but whatever
prices
that
in the world
is, that too.
for health care. Number two, it paves the way for 15 million people to be thrown off of Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act.
Of course, what I'm doing there is being disingenuous because I'm also talking about people who are otherwise perfectly capable of at least looking for work. And I know that it's very popular when we say people who are capable, able-bodied, should be at least looking for work in order to get this kind of coverage. So instead, I'm just going to pretend that it's just 15 million people who are all disabled and children. And children.
Well, it's a foreign concept to Bernie because he's never had a real job. So
I had 4 books ghostwritten, and that was a lot of work because I did have to read the introductions for the audio versions of all of them. And then I did have to pretend to listen to many different voice actors to do the remainder of the books, even though I just gave that to my assistant, and she did that. But she did the work. I'm her employer. So it's like I did oh no, that actually sounds exploitative since I barely pay her, and now, oh no, just play the rest of the audio clip.
Studies show that will mean that some 50,000 Americans will die every year unnecessarily.
50 million people will die because 15 million get kicked off of their health insurance. I don't know how that works, but okay. Maybe they're counting on like a person who's a bus driver getting kicked off of the Obamacare subsidy, and then they get into an accident and kill a bunch of people.
So like a chain reaction.
How'd they go from 15 to 53? This is all just such nonsense. It's so crazy.
And all of that was done
Why?
to give $1 trillion in tax breaks to the 1%. As everybody knows, just on Tuesday, we had an election all over this country.
Was that this? Oh, yeah.
And what the election showed is that the American people want us to stand up to Trumpism.
Okay, that's what okay, got it, thanks. That's why they voted for Mamdani. Actually, that probably is why they voted for Mamdani. Bad example. How about this for Sucky? Jean Shaheen is one of, I think, is it fair to say she's the face of this reopening on the Democratic side? It should be Fetterman, but it's not. I think it's Shaheen. Mostly because she took a lead position in the press conference yesterday. She is known as, a more moderate Democrat. She's in that centrist group, the Gang of Eight kind of nonsense. So it turns out her daughter is running for Congress in New Hampshire, and she blasted the deal. Like badly.
It's going to be really awkward at Thanksgiving.
Oh, do you think they're able to not talk politics, or that's all they're capable of talking about?
Well, yeah, they're politicians and they're Democrats, so that's probably all they talk about.
There's no way around it, right? There's no way around it. Now, the voting or the key procedural hurdle last night was obviously a green light. It got past the filibuster. Now they're we talked a little bit earlier. We'll talk in a bit at 5:30 to Riley Moore, the congressman from West Virginia. The only thing that's getting in the way of this is Rand Paul wants to eat or smoke or drink or make rope out of hemp. There was a 2018 farm bill that impacted hemp with THC levels, and he's upset. And there are many people in the Freedom Caucus who are upset about this. We told you the chair of the Freedom Caucus earlier this morning to Fox Digital said, I foresee myself voting for this. So we don't really think this is anything more than a quick nuisance that they'll add to it. It's an amendment, and it'll be fine. And then we'll move forward. But the government will probably be open at a bare minimum Friday is my guess, which means maybe one of my travel days will not be completely screwed over. because I got to go to New York on Wednesday for CNN. I feel like, because I was supposed to be on Thursday, I was like, why don't you send me the day before? Because things have not been great at airports, including at SeaTac, and it's only going to get worse. Do you think the prospect of it being so close to reopening will help a little bit?
Hopefully.
Because you've got Donald Trump, who came out and said, I am not happy with you, speaking directly to air traffic controllers who decided to not go to work. He said, you didn't step up to help the USA against the fake Democrat attack that was only meant to hurt our country. You will have a negative mark, at least in my mind, against your record. I think that's my favorite line that he's ever written. It's like he's keeping a list of all the air traffic controllers who didn't show up to work.
Well, it is Christmas time. They naughty or nice.
I know. If you want to leave service in the near future, please do not hesitate to do so with no payment or severance of any kind. You will be quickly replaced by true patriots who will do a better job on the brand new state-of-the-art equipment, the best in the world, that we are in the process of ordering. The last administration wasted billions of dollars trying to fix antiquated junk. They had no idea what they were doing. Again, to our great American patriots, God bless you. I won't be able to send you your money fast enough. Now, that wasn't, as it turns out, just about sending the paycheck. Tomorrow would be the second paycheck in a row that air traffic controllers will have a big zero on. But the president said that if you are out of work and you're not going back to work, unless you obviously are legitimately sick, not only are you going to face a substantial payment docking, but he says he's going to push for a $10,000 bonus for every single person who worked during all of this and didn't take any time off. That I appreciate. I don't know if he can actually get that done. I don't know how you can push through bonuses in this structure. I don't know the function. That is a great move. That's a great move, and it's just smart politics. It's the right thing to do. And I don't fault someone who had to take time off from working these jobs so they can get paid at maybe a part-time job. I don't know if this ever happened, but I heard people say, maybe needing to take time off and drive an Uber or something. Like, I get that. And these people didn't create this mess. Democrats created this mess. Now, are there some jobs that I think that you should just go ahead and accept and do during a shutdown, even if you're not getting paid because it's what's best for the country? Yes, but that's also easy to say as someone who's getting paid to talk about the shutdown versus these people who are working really, really hard in high-stress positions, not getting paid, and now stressed in their personal life about whether or not they're going to be able to fully pay their mortgage. Like that's a reasonable position. So the president would come out and say, you know what, I see you. I recognize the people who were working this entire time for nothing. We're going to reward you with $10,000. I like that. That's good on him. Good on him. And I think that the American people who, at least to the degree that they hear about this, will give him some extra points for it because he doesn't have to do it. He can just yell at the people who decided not to show up. Right? Like I get that perspective too. But bottom line, just as long as I'm not impacted on Wednesday or Friday when I have to fly back, because I'm flying back from JFK.
Oh.
Well, it was either that or Newark. What was I supposed to do?
Pick your poison.
Yeah, JFK has been impacted less, it seems like. But maybe by Friday things will be better, or it'll be worse and I'm screwed. Maybe I'll end up maybe I'll have to do my show live from New York. I don't want to do that.
Live from New York.
It's Jason Rantz. Yeah, no. Hard pass. Push the button.
What's trending? Happening now.
So Bruce Harrell, over the weekend, claimed that he was in a better position than Katie Wilson. Now, we knew that was not true. But I doubt the mayor would come out and say, man, I'm really sweating here. It's going to be bad.
I mean, we know how votes change. I'd rather be where we are right now than where my opponent is. Let me put it that way.
That's a stupid position to take at the time and in retrospect. So Friday, Katie Wilson won the vote dump at 54.8%, meaning 54.8% of the vote went in her direction, which cut Harrell's lead dramatically. He was up by like 4,000-ish votes. Well, today, after the latest dump of votes, and it was a ton of votes, 30-something thousand, she accelerated her lead 55.7%. She's now winning by 96 votes. She's going to be the winner. She will be the winner. And Randy Pebble, a Republican strategist, spoke with our sister station before the latest numbers and said it seems pretty clear what was going to happen.
You're going to see a big chunk of that counted today, but all that's going to do is tighten the race up.
And he doubled down on his prediction.
I still do think that Katie Wilson's going to emerge the victor. I think right now the question is whether it's going to be a recount.
Probably. It probably will be a recount, but I don't know what the official number would be to trigger that because we don't know exactly how many votes are left. We believe there's something like 6,500 to 7,500 votes left based on the tallies and our quick math. I actually don't think there's going to be a recount. I don't think it's going to end up being that close. If she was able to pull that much ahead in one dump, she'll probably be up by a couple thousand, or at the most, or at the least, like 1,000. Which is what I went into this thinking would be the end result, a win for Katie Wilson by about 1,000, but I wasn't 100% sure. And while I maintain anything is possible, Bruce Harrell could in fact win, it's very unlikely, like very unlikely. And part of me wants to send him a text, but I don't know what to say. I sent a text to Katie's team with the emoji of the bulging eyes. I sent that three emoji eye bulging things. Because that is like, whoa. But I guess I could send the same to him, but it would read differently. You know?
For all you gamblers out there, I think the latest betting odds had it at like 96% for Wilson or something.
That's low.
And it was like plus 1,500 odds for Harrell to win or something.
Well, and here's something that's interesting. So have you heard of the Decision Desk HQ?
Yeah, they called it for Bruce.
So Decision Desk HQ, a national organization that calls elections, and they look at the data. And I noticed on Tuesday of last week, outside of Seattle and outside of anything Washington, they were calling elections immediately. And they were right, I think, in every single one. But they were doing it immediately, which to me indicates they were rushing to be first because they want to be first. It's good for branding. And it is good for branding unless you're ever wrong. Then it's awful. It doesn't matter that you got 99.9% of the elections correct. The one that you got wrong is going to define you. And CNN, MSNBC, Fox, AP, New York Times, they all waited, even though it seemed pretty clear where things were headed. But they wanted to be... There's two real reasons. Number one, sure, they wanted to milk it for ratings. There's no doubt. If everything is immediately called, there's no tension, there's nothing to really talk about. That's number one. But number two, I do think they want to be safe because they understand what's on the line if they get something wrong. Friday, Decision Desk HQ called the race for Bruce Harrell. When I saw that, I knew it was wrong because, number one, no one there pays attention to Seattle politics. They're not based in Seattle. They don't know how our system works. And I don't expect anyone to know it as well as a journalist in Seattle knows it with experience. If you've covered elections in Seattle before, it becomes pretty clear where things are headed and how it all works. So I am sympathetic to an outsider. But they made a call that was just flat out wrong. And they walked it back just sort of quietly. They shouldn't live that down. That's a screw up.
So the Homer retreating into the bushes.
The hedges, yes, 100%. Because I didn't see, if they sent out a tweet, I missed it, saying we are recalling our previous position, we called it prematurely. But it was at that point, the betting markets, the poly market or whatever, had Katie Wilson at like 62%. And I think if I would have said this had we been on air on Friday, I think I said it to you privately or maybe the day before, like, maybe she loses by a slim margin, but you're not going to know on Friday. There's no way. And she still was always the likely victor in all of this. Last week when I was on Fox Business, I said I think she's going to win. The same way I said today she's going to win. Very, very high, very, very, very high chances she wins. And this is both from a news perspective really exciting from I live in Seattle perspective, I'm a little anxious. It's a little tiny bit. And I hope to have a good relationship with Mayor-elect Katie Wilson when that happens, if that happens, because I want her to be in a position where she has to defend her positions. The worst that can happen for any politician in either party is live completely in an echo chamber in which no one questions anything you do. We have lived that life in Seattle for a very, very, very long time. Things have not gotten better. They've gotten worse. And the only time things have gotten any bit better is when they've reversed course because things got so bad. And that's what happened on crime. Crime got so bad they had to reverse course. And then things started to get better. I hope that Katie Wilson will live up to the interview she did on policing here and say, look, I've evolved on this. I'm not the defund person I once was. I hope that that was true and she wasn't telling us a tale. And I've said this before. I believe her when she says that. Maybe I'm naive. She doesn't seem like a bad person, right? She's clearly well-intentioned. That doesn't always matter, but I do think she's well-intentioned. I do think she wants what's best for the city. I don't think her policies are going to deliver that, but I do think that she's well-intentioned. And generally well-intentioned people will see the errors of their ways and course correct. 1-800-465-8770. Speaking of errors, remember COVID lockdowns, everything was locked up. You weren't driving your car anywhere, and that means you missed regular maintenance. Skipping those services might have wrecked your vehicle's warranty. So the Sunset Auto family is offering warranty health checks for free. And if your coverage is shaky, they can get you out of that car or truck and into something better with warranty protection for life. SunsetAutoFamily.com. When we come back, we're going to speak with Congressman Riley Moore, West Virginia.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz. I saw a story over the weekend in Seattle where lots of people lost their power. It's been happening a lot lately. We had storm season kicking off with about 300,000 or so Western Washington residents losing power all across the region. It doesn't need to be that way. You've got the Generator Supercenter of Puget Sound. They're based in Linwood. Peace of mind comes with turnkey installation from their whole home Generac generators. They've got certified electricians and plumbers. They handle permitting when required. They offer you maintenance and service after install. All you have to do is schedule your install today. You can reach out, you can get a quote, you can do it online, absolutely free quote. Generator Supercenter of PugetSound.com, Generator Supercenter of PugetSound.com. You can check out their location in Linwood or give them a call at 360-850-0000. 360-850-0000.
You gave years, maybe decades to your job. You showed up, worked hard, and planned for retirement. But now the company's changed, or maybe you've taken a buyout or been forced into early retirement. So what happens next? I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you've built up a 401k or thrift savings plan, now is the time to ask, is that money really working for you? Many workplace retirement plans offer limited options. and even less guidance. At Trajan Wealth, we help people just like you roll over their accounts into IRAs with more flexibility and personalized investment strategies built around your goals. For households with $500,000 or more, let us build you a personalized plan. We operate on veteran values, service, trust, and doing what's right. Your next chapter starts now. Call Trajan Wealth, 206-203-4400. That's 206-203-4400.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Let's talk about your hair. Well, maybe after we talk about my hair. I've got great hair, as you know, and it's because of Advanced Hair. Yep, Advanced Hair Restoration. Their simple one-day treatment offers life-changing results that I can attest to. Guys, it's not magic, but it's close to it. They put hair where you need it most, and bam, it grows. It's actual science. Advanced Hair has top-rated physicians, modern technology, and best of all, you get your very own natural hair that begins to regrow the very next day. It's even guaranteed to grow for life. So schedule your free consultation now at 425-449-8185. Mention Curly to qualify for $250 off and $250 free hair grafts. It's a limited time offer. Advanced Hair, the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and the team that gave me my hair back. More importantly, they'll do the same for you, guaranteed. 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
Hey, it's Jason Rantz here. It's dark really early. It's getting really rainy. Things on the road, conditions on the road, not the best. So, unfortunately, you might be unlucky and find yourself in a fender bender. And if that happens to be the case, protect yourself with Harrell Car Law Offices. Here's why you got to call Car Law immediately after an accident. They can save you valuable time and money. They'll get you a checklist of the most important things to pay attention to. Of course, health and recovery at the very top. But then they deal with the insurance companies so you don't have to. In fact, that's the last thing you want to be doing on your own. Trust me. Car is spelled with two R's, C-A-R-R. Carlaw.com is the website. If you, a friend, a family member, anyone you know gets injured in a car accident, do not take on the insurance companies yourself. You're going to get taken advantage of. Harold Car Law Offices? No. They don't get taken advantage of. They get you the settlement that you are owed. That phone call will save you time, money, and a whole lot of stress. Carlaw.com. C-A-R-R. Carlaw.com.
Hey, this is Pete from Home Matters, a show that covers everything having to do with your home. Tune in every Saturday from 2 to 3 on Seattle Red, where you'll hear from local business owners who are experts in their industries. From foundation to flooring, roofing and windows, furniture and financial planning, it's everything in and around your home, and we've got you covered here on Home Matters. If it matters to you, it matters to us here at Home Matters. Saturdays from 2 to 3 right here on Seattle Red, or listen to the podcast on mynorthwest.com.
The Jason Rantz Show.
All right, let's break it down with Seattle radio host and author Jason Rantz.
Jason, if I didn't know you, my first question would be, do you make these stories up?
No, they accepted this proposal.
I guess it's a measure of how much they really don't like Trump, isn't it?
Long form.
Well, on the Senate side, at least, we are a step closer to reopening the government, as slow as it is, with Rand Paul perhaps getting in the way on one minor issue. But beyond that, we seem to be headed in the right direction. Democrats on the Senate side, at least a handful of them, agreeing to reopen the government. But could there be any surprises at the House? Joining me on the line is Congressman Riley Moore, Republican of West Virginia's 2nd District. Welcome back to the show.
Jason, thanks so much for having me back on.
Any potential surprises once this gets to the House after, I guess, we figure out the Farm Bill issue?
No, I don't think so. Obviously, as you just mentioned, they're working through it here in the Senate. There's likely to probably be maybe 7 procedural votes, but, they could wrap this thing up tonight. I think you're going to see us taking this up Wednesday night is what we've been targeting now. And I don't see any surprises on the House side. I think the only thing that might be a surprise is that we had one Democrat vote for it in September when we sent it to the Senate. I think you actually might get a few more this time. That's what I think. I think we might actually end up with a few more Democrats voting for it. which obviously this has just driven a massive wedge in between their party right now. It's full-blown civil war on all the social media platforms in between all of them over this issue. And, maybe some of them didn't fully understand that this was completely political. Mm-hmm. It didn't have anything to do with the demands that they were placing on us. It was all political at the end of the day, and I think both sides are upset with each other that, we did have 8 grown-ups in the Senate decide to move forward and fund the government and stop holding people hostage in this country in terms of air travel. But also don't forget, a district like mine, 1 in 6 recipients of SNAP benefits that they have not received because the Democrats have no tolerance level. There's no lengths to which they're not willing to go to inflict pain and suffering on the American people to achieve their own political objectives, which that's what we just witnessed here over the last month.
Well, so in the context of what progressives were asking for, aren't they right to be upset in that they didn't get anything out of this? To your point, they caused a whole lot of damage and they didn't get anything out of it at all. So from their perspective, even though they're very clearly on the wrong side of this, I suppose I understand. I imagine that they're going to suffer some political consequences as a result of not getting anything out of this shutdown. They can put it all on Chuck Schumer if they want, and Chuck Schumer's a really good political target, no doubt. But they do kind of have a point if you're in their camp.
Well, certainly they do have a point. If the baseline question is, we asked for things and didn't get anything out of it. You are correct. There's a reason to be upset there. But when you contextualize that question with, we wanted health care for illegal immigrants as our negotiating starting point, and that was what we had in our CR, it's completely unreasonable. And then, of course, they pivoted over to these ACA tax credits that were put into place during COVID. And the House is going to address the cost of health care once we get back into session, once we get this government funded. But the whole point was, and it remains the point, we're not having that conversation until we open the government back up.
Exactly. And, reading some of the reporting prior to the shutdown and just hearing from some GOP lawmakers, it seemed likely that there was going to be some negotiation that maybe conservatives might not like, but would lead to, at least in part, a continuation of subsidies for Obamacare. Now, the whole idea that you would even need subsidies for something called the Affordable Care Act indicates that it is not, in fact, affordable, and it was never affordable by design. But is it fair to say that Republicans were going to negotiate during all of this had it not been for the shutdown?
Well, some more. And there are Republicans like Mike Lawler who already had a bill out there for a 1-year extension and had tried to work with Democrats and talk. They didn't have any interest in that. Hakeem Jeffries is the one who was the furthest out on a limb on this thing, and he just sawed it off himself. Mm-hmm. I mean, he would not, 1-year extension, nope, not good enough. This isn't good enough. That's got to I mean, he ended up so far out on a limb that it's now even he's coming back going to come back to the table on the 1-year extension on the subsidies on the Unaffordable Care Act that many of us are on, myself included. Members of Congress, by the way, just a reminder, by law, must take Obamacare. So I am on it. I am very familiar with the price of this health insurance program.
Is there realistically anything that Republicans can do short of giving up everything so we're not in this spot again in, the few months from now when this extension is done? What's to get in the way of us having to deal with a shutdown January 30th or whenever that end date is?
Yeah, got it. And so, one, these 3 bills, agriculture, ledge branch, military construction, veterans affairs, that funds us for the rest of the fiscal year on those 3.
Yeah.
So those are done. Even if the government shut down, those don't shut down. 2, we're going to work through the rest of these appropriations bills so we don't end up back in that place. Now, are we going to get every one of them done? And I'm on the House Appropriations Committee. I wouldn't say we're going to get every one of them done, but we're on a good trajectory right now to get, I'd say, a considerable amount of them done. And if you look at the totality of the funding in the federal government, probably over 80% of the federal government will be on a new budget line, which will be great because these things are cuts or they're either flat, except for defense, which got a plus up. So this is all good news for the American taxpayer, is that we have taken to heart over in appropriations the necessary actions that had to take place to right-size the budget in this country. So that this is all good news, and I think we're in a good place if we just continue to work with those other 8 senators over there where we can get these bills actually done so we don't end up in another shutdown the end of January 30th. But even at this point, when that bill comes back over, it would only be a partial shutdown, and we will get some more of these bills done in rather quick order because we've already passed all 12 out of our committee. We're done. Our committee is done with our work on those bills on the committee side, and we have passed also energy and water and defense out of the House. So we're in a very good position right now.
Congressman Riley Moore joining me on the line. Can you explain where things stand with the House Freedom Caucus Chairman Andy Harris? He came out earlier this morning, I think, leaning in favor of supporting this new bill, or it's not really a new bill, but Rand Paul has created a little bit of a delay in wanting to overturn a measure in the bill having to do with hemp provisions and the 2018 Farm Bill loophole. Can you explain this for people?
Yeah, so what's going on there is 2018, when the Farm Bill passed and allowed people to create products with hemp, kind of opened the door to that. Many states started doing that. Many people got involved in that business. A part of that business, the loophole you're talking about, are some of these products that we see that are consumable, such as Delta 8. You may have heard of that or seen it at a gas station or something like that. These are essentially not kind of CBD-ish, but have some actual drug effect.
It has THC
from my understanding.
Yeah.
Yes, THC levels in it. And so McConnell specifically wanted that loophole closed along with some others, and it did get closed in the appropriations bill for agriculture there in the Senate, and it was closed in the House. Rand, Senator Paul, wants that back, wants them to be able to produce those products. He is going to get a vote now. This is kind of late breaking. He's going to get a vote on that amendment here tonight.
Yeah.
So either up or down, we're going to see which way it goes.
Does that impact conservatives in the House?
I don't think that's going to have a determinative impact on the whole package. I don't.
Are things, generally speaking, pretty good within the caucus? I asked that in the context of Marjorie Taylor Greene, who suddenly, I guess, is trying to renew her brand, presumably because she wants to run for something else.
Well, Marjorie's a friend, and I think I will say this, she is raising concerns that are out there about affordability, which the president and ourselves have been working to tackle. The one thing I would mention, in the One Big Beautiful Bill and reconciliation, it got knocked out in the Senate. We had a provision in there to lower healthcare premiums in this country. Mm-hmm. The Democrats took that out, knowing that these ACA subsidies were coming up at the end of December so they could fight this fight that we're in right now. But we do have a fix on it. And obviously, I think she's raising some of the issues that are not necessarily kind of off the wall. Affordability is certainly a real issue that everybody is dealing with. But in the context of where we are now as compared to under the Biden administration, things are more affordable. You remember at the beginning of this, what about the price of eggs? And price of eggs? Price of eggs are good. Price of gas has come down. Interest rates are coming down. Things are moving in the correct direction. But there are some of these astronomical things, and one of the things she's mentioned, healthcare, is certainly one of them. But the Affordable Care Act is actually, in fact, not affordable. And it's one of the things that's driving the cost of healthcare. And President Trump rightly said, why are we just giving this money to insurance companies so, they won't raise their rates? Maybe we should just give the money, to the people on like a health savings account or something, and let them use those subsidy dollars to then find what's best for them in the marketplace.
Yeah, and just on a related note, final question. We talked a little bit earlier on the show about the $2,000, but we also heard over the weekend this idea of a 50-year mortgage, again, as a way to drive down the costs of a home. But anyone with a mortgage will tell you, you would end up spending way more money if you got a 50-year mortgage, because of, no matter what the interest rates are, unless they're like zero, which obviously not going to happen, you end up spending almost $1 million more than you otherwise would. Doesn't it just give off the appearance of saving money?
Well, look, in your monthly payment certainly would be less.
Yeah, like
right?
$500 or something like that.
Right. It certainly would be less. I guess you could, if you wanted to get into a 50-year fixed refinance, maybe perhaps when you're in a better place and get down into a 30 or something like that, maybe something like that would make sense, because you could do that and kind of refi same way you would do with like an ARM, adjustable rate mortgage for, 5, 10, whatever your ARM is on it. And kind of give you some shelter, I guess, if you're not in the best financial circumstance at that time. So I think in that sense, in terms of like your monthly cost, and if you're in a place where, you need to get a home for family requirements or otherwise, this is the only way you can do it. Surely that would make sense in the long term. Certainly you're going to end up paying a lot more than you would in a 30-year fix.
Yeah, I imagine this could work if you buy at the exact right moment in a hot market, you happen to get a deal, and you only keep it for a couple of years, then you sell. Presumably you could make a killing in that regard. But that's about it. It just does not seem like a smart move long term for most folks.
No, I mean, it's kind of the same way. If you think about how people have done FHA loans through the government, and they're paying PMI, which is an additional cost, private mortgage insurance that gets tossed onto there. So you're not really paying to the principal to the degree that you would. Kind of same concept, but you're not having to deal with the government, at least at that point.
No, which we all want to have happen. Congressman Riley Moore, Republican from West Virginia, thank you so much for stopping by. Really appreciate it.
No, thank you.
Of course. You're listening to the Jason Rantz Show. When we come back, some movement at the Supreme Court. One thing the left was fear-mongering over, gay marriage. Well, they've weighed in. It's exactly what we said. We'll get into it when we return with some quick hits right here on Seattle Red.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions and bring you a special Black Friday offer.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal. And now, as a special Black Friday offer, you can get a free gutter inspection, plus up to 35% off. This is our best offer of the season. Unlock it now at leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Health insurance is broken, but it doesn't have to be. That's why Scan Health Plan was founded as a nonprofit, so we can create Medicare Advantage plans that focus on the real needs of seniors. We've been people first since 1977, and we're here to make Medicare work hard for you, because you deserve more than a broken system. You deserve a plan that fights for you. Visit scandifference.org to learn more. Scan Health Plan is an HMO plan with a Medicare contract. Enrollment in Scan Health Plan depends on contract renewal.
Hi, I'm Cade Richardson with Natural Design Landscaping. My dad started this company nearly 30 years ago. We've kept it in the family ever since, serving our neighbors with pride, not profits. Fall is a perfect time to refresh your outdoor space. Whether it's seasonal yard care, a cozy patio for autumn gatherings, or a custom water feature, we do it all with heart. We're not a big corporation, just a local team that treats your yard like it's our own. Mention Seattle Red and get 10% off your next project. Visit naturaldesignlandscape.com and let's grow something beautiful together this fall.
The Jason Rantz Show.
Bringing Jason Rantz, Seattle Red 770 AM host, and also SeattleRed.com. Jason, great to have you with us.
Jason, Seattle is just continually ground zero.
Yeah, and this is really the Pacific Northwest is ground zero for all this nonsense.
USA Today is mocking the far left.
The quick hit.
This news will come as literally zero surprise to anyone with 3 functioning brain cells, which is precisely why I guess the AP didn't see this coming. But the Supreme Court rejected a call to overturn its decision that legalized gay marriage. We knew that this was going to happen. And yet folks on the radical left were out there claiming that Republicans and conservatives, because they hate freedom, they're going to overturn Obergefell v. Hodges, and they're going to, again, go back to a time in which gays couldn't get married. This was always framed intentionally to scare people. It was all about the fear-mongering. And as we said at the time, there's zero chance that gay marriage is going to be overturned. But Jason, someone challenged it. Someone tried to challenge. Yeah, anyone can challenge anything at any point. Someone today could go ahead and try to move to make interracial marriage illegal or to move for school segregation. Anyone can make that attempt. Doesn't mean same thing, like anyone could sue for anything. Doesn't mean it's going to go anywhere. We knew that this was never going to go anywhere. We knew it. And so the justices, without any comment whatsoever, said, yeah, no, hard pass. And that's that. It's really that simple. And so, gosh, how are folks on the left going to take this by almost completely ignoring it? Yeah, I got some print online and it got some coverage on TV. I saw a little bit of it. But the folks who use this were only using it to fearmonger. And obviously, I'm not the only one who knew that this was going to happen. Our friend Guy Benson, he posted on his X account earlier today a screenshot from The Hill from a few months ago. And it was an interview with Hillary Clinton, who said the Supreme Court would, quote, will do to gay marriage what they did to abortion. Again, that was never, ever, ever going to happen. But they did it anyway. They said it anyway. They pushed it anyway. Why? Because they thought it could be a wedge issue that would motivate the base. And that's really all they're about nowadays, is motivating the base. Motivating the base to get out and vote. That's why they did the government shutdown, motivate the base to keep them in power, even when what the base is asking for is absolute lunacy. That's the reality. And again, we heard over and over and over again, oh, this is going to happen. They're going to overturn Obergefell or Obergefell. And again, we knew that was never, ever, ever likely. And it's on all of us to say when these kinds of fear-mongering gets put out there and is, amplified by left-wing media, you have to just call it out. You have to call it out. Now, at the same time, they did, over at the Supreme Court, make a great decision today to look at mail-in ballots and whether or not they can count if they arrive after Election Day. So they agree to look at the mail-in ballots issue. And they're doing this, I think, for some very obvious and reasonable reasons. I am not anti-mail-in ballot. I know that that's in conflict with a lot of the views that some of you listening have. I totally understand it. I get why people don't like it. I do happen to like it. Now, there's always a caveat. I want to make sure that we have a system in place that ensures safety, right? Integrity. There's no doubt about that. That's where I stand. However, I'm okay with the concept of mail-in ballots. You just have to have the system in place that makes sense. With that said, one of the issues that I think is very clearly unreasonable is the folks who say, hey, as long as the mail is delivered at some point, as long as you sent in that ballot, you should have it counted. Well, what if it's not postmarked? Or what if it's postmarked late? Then clearly, it shouldn't be counted. You still have to have rules, and you can't constantly change the rules or bend the rules or ignore the rules. Now, most of the battleground states require ballots to be received by election date. However, there are some that accept it after Election Day. And in Mississippi, the lawmakers there adopted or enacted a law that allowed ballots to be received up to 5 days late so long as they're postmarked by Election Day. Now, the RNC and others sued over that law, saying, no. That violates a federal law that fixes the date for the election. And the RNC, in arguments to the Supreme Court, 2, 3, 4 months, I can't even remember at this point, said with rare outliers, the states mandated that ballots must be received by election officials by Election Day. But recently, an increasing number of states, including Mississippi, and by the way, that's a red state, have deviated from that practice by permitting at least some ballots to be received after Election Day. Now, I am sympathetic to the idea that if something's postmarked early, which is where I'm assuming the Supreme Court is going to go, that if it's postmarked before Election Day and it's no fault of your own, it's the post office's fault that it didn't get received until after, they're going to allow for that. And that, to me, makes sense. That to me makes sense. But if you want to get a law on the books, or a decision, I should say, on the books that says, hey, postmarked it beforehand or by Election Day, that's fine. But outside of that, no, because you had instances in Pennsylvania, for example, where there were cases in which ballots were not even postmarked correctly. And there were some on the left who said, oh, no, this got to count. No. We do need some guidance from the Supreme Court. At a bare minimum, we need guidance on how or to what degree do the states have the power to mitigate issues like this. Because under federal law, these are federal elections that we're talking about here, but they're implemented, the day-to-day operations of by the states. And they can't be allowed to just do whatever it is they want to do and create random rules that could change from state to state to state that actually matter. So I do think it's well past time that we get a little bit more guidance as to the extent of the power from the states. 1-800-465-8770 for your text messages. You are listening to The Jason Rantz Show.
Carpoolers using the SR 167 Express toll lanes now need a Flex Pass set to HOV mode to ride free. That's a change. Having Good to Go always costs less than pay by mail. That is not a change. Learn more at goodtogo167.com.
Is it time to get your home sold? Nick Southard with Upgrade Realty here. Selling hundreds of homes around the Sound for over 25 years has taught me presentation is everything. And with my luxurious marketing, you'll attract tons of buyers, sell fast at top dollar, and net more money Because Upgrade Realty will save you thousands in fees for only 1% listing commission. To learn more, visit upgraderealty.com. Upgrade your listing for 1%. Upgraderealty.com.
The stock market's on fire. AI stocks are performing at all-time levels. We hope you, like many of our investors, have taken advantage of it. A famous man once said, "Buy low, sell high." There's also $8 trillion of cash sitting on the sidelines. Investors are either scared or they don't know where to go. Hi, I'm Scott Riereka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares profit with our investors. We've been doing it for 19 years, averaging double-digit returns with zero investor losses. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital and invest in our family of funds. From a 3-year investment with double-digit returns to only a 90-day commitment returning 7%. We also accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Hey, this is Pete from Home Matters. Tune in this weekend when we'll talk with local business owners about everything in and around your home. Join us on Saturdays from 2 to 3 right here on Seattle Red, or listen to the podcast on mynorthwest.com.
You're halfway through a DIY car fix and boom, you're missing a part. It's okay because whatever it is, it's on eBay and it's guaranteed to fit every time. eBay, things people love.
Seattle Red on 770 KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO FM, HD3 Tacoma Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT Eastlake, 33 BU Seattle.
The following is a Playfly Sports presentation of the Cougar Sports Network. Washington State basketball is on the air with the Coors Light Cougar Courtside Show.
Makes the pass, left wing three, takes it, and makes it. Oh, another big three is needed. It's Reeve Avers who delivers again. Takes away the pass, 2-on-1 fast break, alley-oop block. Tomas Rogerson, one-hand alley-oop lay-in.
Coors Light, choose chill. Proud partner of Cougar Athletics. Celebrate responsibly. Coming up, we'll get today's keys to the game, check the latest scores around college basketball, and hear from head coach David Riley. Now, let's go courtside. Alongside WSU Athletic Hall of Famer and 14-year NBA veteran Craig Elo. Here's the voice of the Cougs, Chris King.
Welcome into Beasley Coliseum. It is the site of tonight's third game of the season. The Washington State Cougars hosting the St. Thomas Tommies, first ever matchup on the hardwood between WSU and St. Thomas. Cougs enter this game 0-2 on the season. St. Thomas 1-1 on the year. The Tommies come to town having fully made the Division I transition. Their first year as a D1 program was in 2021-2022. Moved from the Division III level, and they have hit the ground running as a Division I program. They were picked as the Summit League preseason favorites. This is their first year. They could be eligible to make the NCAA tournament. Last year, they made it all the way to the Summit League tournament title game. For Washington State, they're looking for win number 1 of the season. It was a week ago tonight. The Cougs opened the year by hosting Idaho in the Battle to Palouse, won by the Vandals. Idaho winning the matchup over WSU for the first time since 2017. That was a tight one. Cougs were down by 16 in the second half, rallied to pull within 2, but ultimately the Vandals won at 83-81. And then Friday, Washington State going across the country, losing to Davidson 85-69. The Cougs have not led this season. They didn't lead in that game against Davidson, scored only 24 first-half points, and just could not dig themselves out of the hole. Here with Craig Elo and Eggs. First things first, it's good to be back. Travel woes kept us from making it to Davidson. A big thanks to Matt Present, who is the voice of App State men's basketball, filling in for us. But it feels right that we are here and there's Cougar basketball with us sitting courtside.
Yeah, it was devastating when we went to the airport on Thursday. And what I think our flight was supposed to leave at 2:15, and like at 1:50 they said, "Oh, sorry. Mechanical problem. We're not going to leave for another 24 hours." And that threw a wrench in mine and your plans, and then it threw even a bigger wrench with the government shutdown, causing some flights to be missed also.
And thankfully, we were very fortunate for our plan B and Matt Present stepping up, but we were bummed to not be there, and we are thrilled to be back here tonight. So this matchup, Eggs, as we'll transition to your keys to the game. St. Thomas, again, maybe not a school that Coug fans recognize immediately, but this is a quality program. They have their head coach who's in his 15th year, Johnny Tower. And maybe my favorite note about any coach the Cougs have played this year, and let's lead it over into last year, he actually has his Ph.D. in psychology from Wisconsin, and he taught for 21 years at St. Thomas. So this is a well-rounded coach who has been leading the program for a while.
Yeah, not only was he an ex-player, he was an assistant coach for 11 years and now entering his 15th season. So, yeah, quite the consistency there for the Tommies. But you want my fake notes or my real notes? Because I had made fake notes saying, like, first of all, you got to know your opponent. And I was trying to figure out what a Tommy was, but I gave up on that because there was no explanation other than a short play on St. Thomas. But the two keys that I came up with tonight was offensively we have to execute our plays and get shots. We're only averaging 7 assists a game, 7.5 assists a game in 2 games. And not that we're selfish or even unselfish. It's just we need to run the plays, let our shots come out of the plays. And then we got 2 big guys that should really dominate the game tonight with their size. Ugbo and ND are both guys that should get a lot of touches in the paint. David's always, Coach Riley's always talked to his team about being efficient and shooting the ball inside the arc, in which we're pretty good at if we get inside the arc. So, yeah, just a lot more touches in the paint.
And while the record isn't where the Cougs would like it to be at 0-2, Emmanuel Ugbo, the transfer from Boise State, has been a bright spot.
He has.
16 points, 5 rebounds against Davidson, tied his career-high 17 points, and pulled down 8 rebounds against Idaho. So those guys, and this is a number of newcomers for the Cougs, just 5 returners, 9 newcomers, those guys continuing to gel together. Well, that is Craig Elo's keys to the game. Washington State gearing up to host St. Thomas here at Beasley Coliseum tonight. We'll take a timeout still to come on our pregame coverage. When we return, we'll have our opposing team spotlight, take a closer look at the St. Thomas Tommies. We'll have a scoreboard update. We'll hear from the head coach of the Cougs, David Riley, and, of course, the starting lineups and tip-off right around the corner. You're listening to Washington State basketball on the Cougar Sports Network. Schweitzer Engineering Laboratories is a high-tech global company headquartered in Pullman, Washington, with a mission of making electric power safer, more reliable, and more economical. At SEL, employees enjoy working in a fast-paced, innovative environment while enjoying the many benefits of living on the Palouse. SEL is seeking engineers for paid internships and full-time positions. Apply to join the growing SEL team today at selinc.com/careers.
This Washington State University sports broadcast is brought to you in part by Pullman Regional Hospital, the official hospital of Washington State Athletics. Rural communities face unique healthcare challenges. By providing hands-on opportunities for WSU students in health sciences, nursing, pharmacy, and the LSNS Floyd College of Medicine, Pullman Regional Hospital is helping to shape the future of local healthcare. Learn more at pullmanregional.org. Pullman Regional Hospital and Washington State, partners in excellence.
Your audio home for all things Cougar Athletics is the Washington State Cougar Podcast Channel. Just search for Washington State Cougars on your favorite podcast platform to follow and subscribe to the official podcast home of the Cougs. Hear our original WSU Athletics podcast, plus replays from the Cougar Sports Network, including football pregame and postgame show coverage, full football game broadcast, and coaches shows. Find it all by searching for Washington State Cougars on your favorite podcast platform to start listening today.
Boost Collaborative is a proud sponsor of Cougar Athletics and is a proud supporter of people with disabilities on the Palouse. For over 50 years, Boost Collaborative has been there to help families and their toddlers meet developmental milestones. For youth and adults with disabilities, Boost provides job placement, on-the-job training, and follow-along support. Now you can play a part in Boost's success through your donations and purchases at Palouse Treasures Thrift Store in Pullman. Boost Collaborative, empowering people with disabilities on the Palouse. Go Cougs! Go Cougs!
At courtside at Beasley Coliseum, Chris King next to Craig Elo. Washington State hosting St. Thomas tonight. And Eggs, it's time now for our opposing team spotlight. The St. Thomas Tommies. They are a new Division I program in the grand scheme of things. They started the transition in 2021-2022. But this St. Thomas team, interesting history for them, moving from D3 to Division I, and yet they've done a great job of keeping guys around. They only have 6 newcomers, but they got 3 power conference transfers, 2 4-star recruits, and they are one of just 4 programs, the Division I level, with 5 or fewer undergrad transfers since the 2021-2022 season. The other programs, American, Bucknell, and Navy. So you're kind of in unique company there. It feels like St. Thomas has a good thing going, and they're picked to win the Summit League this year.
Yeah, and that's not an easy league. I mean, there's some great Midwest teams. I mean, they go all the way down to Tulsa and Oral Roberts, but you know, they right in their own backyard is North Dakota State and South Dakota State. South Dakota State's always are in at least my time of watching the NCAA, kind of being in there a couple of times. So I think the move from D3 to D1 is quite incredible, and to keep guys at the school is even more.
So they do have the preseason Summit League MVP in Nolan Minnesali. He's averaging 22 points per game so far this year. He's just a sophomore. As a freshman, he averaged 11 points per game, led the conference in blocks per game, and 6 in steals per game. So it's Minnesali is that main guy for them, but Nick Janowski, also a big threat, a redshirt freshman, 6'4" guard. He averages 15 points per game so far this year. He redshirted at Nebraska last season. And what I found, one of the most interesting things about this St. Thomas team, they're in St. Paul, Minnesota, Eggs, but there's some connections to the Pacific Northwest, specifically the Inland Northwest. They have sophomore guard Ryan Lafferty, who played at Mount Spokane High School. He was the GSL MVP in 2024. In addition to him, they have Kyle Counts, who's from Wilsonville, Oregon, was in the same class. He redshirted last year, but they brought in 2 guys from the Northwest to St. Thomas.
Yeah, and then you were telling me that the Counts kid has some good lineage in his line of DNA. His grandfather played with the Celtics and won a couple of championships. So, yeah, 6'7", this kid can shoot the basketball. The thing that scares me the most is the one below him is Carter. Say his name. Bjorky, and 6'9", center, but will walk outside and beyond the arc and is their best three-point shooter. So that's going to cause some defensive strategy by Coach Riley to see how they'll guard him out there. Will it be MD or will it be Ugbo?
And Carter Bjorky was preseason first-team All-Summit League and considered one of the top perimeter shooters in the Summit League. So he will be a guy, as you mentioned, the Cougs will have to have tabs on, and then what kind of mismatch does that create with Bjorky's skill from beyond the arc? So that's a quick look at the St. Thomas Tommies. Just one of 3 teams in the nation last year, along with Missouri and George Washington, to have 8 different leading scorers. So while Minnesali is that top threat, it's a team that likes to lean a little bit on everyone, and on any given night, it could be whack-a-mole when you're going up against them.
No question about it. If you look in their notes, it says balance and depth is one of their keys, and it'll be a tough matchup for the Cougs tonight.
Well, still to come after this timeout, we'll have a scoreboard update. It is a busy week for WSU athletics. We'll get you up to speed as this really kicks off this jam-packed week, which of course features a home football game on Saturday. And the Huskies come to town here on the hardwood on Friday, and that will be a women and men's doubleheader with the women in action earlier in the day. So we'll have more on that in our scoreboard update. Then we'll get the pregame thoughts from the head coach of the Cougs, David Riley, and of course starting lineups and tip-off. Washington State hosting St. Thomas. You're listening to Washington State basketball on the Cougar Sports Network.
Hampton and Pullman is just a short drive from the Wazoo campus. They've got you covered for all your lodging and dining needs with a new addition of their on-site bar and restaurant, Crimson Bar and Bites. You will feel right at home with their spacious rooms, famous Hampton waffles, cozy outdoor patios, Cougar gift shop, and the friendliest staff in town. Visit HamptonbyHilton.com to reserve a room for your next trip to the Palouse. Coug owned and Coug managed. It matters where you stay. Hampton and Pullman. Hilton for the stay.
As proud Cougs, we always find our way back home. At McVeigh Brothers, we want to help all Cougs improve the value of your home. Hello, I'm Mike McVeigh from McVeigh Brothers Roofing, Siding, and Windows, a proud supporter of Cougar Athletics. The team of professionals at McVeigh Brothers take great pride in helping our customers remodel their homes with new entry doors, rain gutters, siding, roofing, and windows. At McVeigh Brothers, we're working for you.
With the WSU debit card from Giza, it's hard to tell who's supporting who. When Coug fans use their WSU card, they show off their Coug pride and donations are made back to Cougar Athletics. But the card supports the Coug fan by helping them grow their money. So does the card support the Coug fan or does the Coug fan support the card? It doesn't matter. All that matters is that the WSU card supports Cougar Athletics and your wallet at the same time. Get your WSU card at Giza.com. Checking account transaction requirements, terms and conditions apply. Insured by NCUA.
For nearly 100 years, Adams Tractor has helped the Northwest knock out to-do list one tough job at a time. As your local Kubota dealer in Spokane and Lewiston, we're proud to back Washington State Athletics with the same grit we bring to every yard, field, and job site. From mowing to digging to plowing, Kubota delivers, and so do we. Visit AdamsTractor.com. Adams Tractor, nearly a century strong, powered by Kubota, fueled by Coug pride.
Time now to check scores from across college basketball. Brought to you by Coors Light. Choose chill. Proud partner of Cougar Athletics. Celebrate responsibly.
Back at Beasley Coliseum, getting you ready for the home game. Washington State hosting St. Thomas. First ever meeting. St. Thomas from Minnesota making the trek out here to the Palouse. Cougs looking for that first win of the season. Washington State 0-2 on the year and getting you up to speed on what is a busy stretch for Cougar Athletics. Boy, this week is action-packed. So we've got hoops here tonight at home against St. Thomas. After that, the next game for David Riley's squad will be coming up on Friday. It's a great weekend if you're a fan here in Pullman. Friday night, it's the Huskies who make their way to town. Washington State going to clash with UW here at Beasley Coliseum. 8 o'clock tip-off for that game. Our pregame coverage here on the Cougar Sports Network going to get started at 7:30. And for Cammie Etheridge's squad, they're 0-3 on the season. So the Washington State women's basketball team, they will be in action next also on Friday. So you get a women and men's doubleheader Friday. The women get it started. That game against Stanford, good matchup there, will get started at 4 o'clock. Elsewhere, our coverage on the Cougar Sports Network. Thursday night, we will have our next edition of the Cougar Football Hour live from the Lumberyard in downtown Pullman. Of course, we'll have the head coach of the Cougs, Jimmy Rogers, on to discuss this week's matchup against Louisiana Tech. The football team fresh off of a bye, and it never hurts to have a bye, and the Cougs, a good time for it to get even more healthy going into this final stretch of the last 3 games of the season. Saturday, well, it will be the Cougar football team hosting Louisiana Tech. Kickoff at Giza Field set for 7 o'clock. Our coverage here on the Cougar Sports Network will get started at 5 o'clock with the Coors Light Cougar Tailgate Show. Derek Dice will have our coverage getting started at 5 o'clock coming up on Saturday. Well, a reminder, you can listen to every Cougar men's basketball game and Cougar football game and Coach's Show for free on the WSU Cougar Game Day app. Take our broadcast with you wherever you go. Download the WSU Cougars Game Day app today. We will take another break here on our pregame coverage. When we return, we'll sit down and get the thoughts from the head coach of the Cougs, David Riley, on tonight's matchup against St. Thomas. And then, of course, we'll have the starting lineups and tip-off right around the corner. It's Washington State and St. Thomas. You're listening to Washington State basketball on the Cougar Sports Network.
Hey, Thanksgiving turkey here. You know, the early bird, the harbinger of the holidays. Or at least I used to be. Until Northern Quest dropped this holiday Head Start giveaway on me. Now they're stealing the show with $60,000 in cash and prizes up for grabs before I can become a leftover sandwich. Whatever. Enjoy your $60,000. The holiday Head Start at Northern Quest. Play daily to enter. Earn 4 times entries every Tuesday. Grand prize drawing November 30th.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Dear Traction, Toyota has 25 vehicles with available all-wheel drive and 4-wheel drive. The RAV4 has legendary versatility. The Grand Highlander's adult-sized third row is for real. And the Tacoma's wild side comes standard. From job sites to campsites and game nights, there's an all-wheel drive or 4-wheel drive Toyota to get you there in style. Find yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Since 1934, Hempler's has used only the leanest European pork bellies for its premium bacon made right here in the Pacific Northwest. Slow smoked over natural hardwood for a rich aroma, savory flavor, and a thick gourmet bite. It's no wonder Hempler's is America's leanest bacon and a longtime favorite of the Washington State Cougars. Hempler's, small batch crafted meats.
Time to learn about the cold, hard facts for today's game with head coach David Riley. Presented by Coors Light. Choose chill. Proud partner of Cougar Athletics. Celebrate responsibly. Now, with David Riley, here's Chris King.
Here with David Riley, the coach of the Cougs, Washington State, getting ready to host St. Thomas, Game 3 of the season, Coach. And what have been the key points that you've emphasized with the team to look to make that next step forward after the first 2 games of the year?
Really try to break it down to 2 things, one on offense, one on defense. Simplifying our offense so we don't have to think as much out there. I think we're playing really sped up because we're trying to overthink things offensively. And then defensively, trying to up our aggression. And I think that's when we've been successful, is when we've been a little more aggressive on the ball, more physical. So just showing the guys a few different ways to do that and taking that next step.
The opponents tonight, St. Thomas, they've transitioned to Division I in recent years, but they're the preseason favorites in the Summit League. Their head coach, Johnny Tower, is in his 15th year as the Tommies head coach. He's really got his fingerprints on the program. How would you describe the style that they like to play?
They play a really disciplined style of basketball that's also physical. They had the number 1 offense in the country, according to Synergy last year. They were really efficient. They create great shots. They don't take bad shots. Just a really good college basketball team.
How would you say they are similar-wise to what you want to do and what you like to do and what your offensive philosophies are?
Yeah, I think, we have different ways of creating first actions. I think they're a little more set-oriented and we're a little more concept-oriented with just creating the first actions. But once you get to that advantage, I think there's a lot of similarities to the way they want to play, with bailout spots, drive and kick, getting multiple paint touches, and they do a really good job of that. They got some returners that have kind of helped them early on. It's been impressive to see.
They not only are the preseason favorites in the Summer League, they have the conference's MVP, one of those returners you're referring to, and Nolan Minnesali. What makes him so tough to deal with for opposing teams?
Just a versatile player. He can post up, he can shoot the 3, he can drive you, come off ball screens. So guy that can score in a lot of different ways.
You mentioned those keys before. You've emphasized with the team simplifying things on offense, being more aggressive on defense. What else has to be part of the formula for the Cougs to get a victory tonight?
Got to win the paint. These guys had 50-plus points in the paint versus Army, and that's something that we got to dominate tonight.
Coach, appreciate the time as always. Best of luck.
Go Cougs.
Coug fans, don't miss a single play this season while camping on the Oregon coast, in the Sonoran Desert, or in the wilderness of Yellowstone in an RV from Valley RV Supercenter. Valley RVs can come with all the technologies you'll need so you never miss a down, wherever you are. Better yet, why not work on your pregame skills at an away game or in the Palouse, where tailgating was perfected. We're a proud Coug supporter. Come see us in Kent or at ValleyRVSupercenter.com, where journeys begin.
Your audio home for all things Cougar Athletics is the Washington State Cougar Podcast Channel. Just search for Washington State Cougars on your favorite podcast platform to follow and subscribe to the official podcast home of the Cougs. Hear our original WSU Athletics podcast, plus replays from the Cougar Sports Network, including football pregame and postgame show coverage, full football game broadcast, and coaches shows. Find it all by searching for Washington State Cougars on your favorite podcast platform to start listening today.
Get game day ready at Rosars. Rosars is a proud sponsor of WSU Athletics and your headquarters for keeping snacks stocked up for game time. You'll find the largest craft beer selection, local and imported wines, and all the makings for your favorite cocktails. And while you're there, stock up on your favorite deli snacks, pizza, rotisserie chickens, and ribs. Don't just watch the game, experience it with your favorite game time foods. Get game day ready at Rosars.
Around here, it's all or nothing. That's why Toyota has more all-wheel drive choices, like Camry. Now through December 1st, get 4.99 APR financing on new 26 Camrys. Or lease a new 26 Camry LE with all-wheel drive for $329 a month for 39 months with $32.99 due at signing. With approved credit through TFS. Tax, title, and license extra. A negotiable doc fee of up to $200 may be added. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to Toyota.com. Toyota. Let's go places.
At courtside at Beasley Coliseum, the Cougs just coming out to the tunnel. St. Thomas out on the court. It is Washington State hosting St. Thomas. Chris King back with Craig Elo and Eggs. We're looking out here. St. Thomas in their purple uniforms. It's going to be back-to-back games where WSU hosting teams in purple uniforms. Of course, it's the Huskies coming to town up next on Friday.
Yeah, no question about that. This I can deal with this purple, but that other purple I can't deal with at all. So
Well said. Well said. That will be a later start, 8 o'clock tip-off. Our coverage here on the Cougar Sports Network will come your way at 7:30. And David Riley, always interesting to talk to for our pregame conversation. I was just curious to get your thoughts on what he said there. The Cougs emphasizing have to win the paint and saying, hey, one big key on offense, one big key on defense.
Yeah, and I even like what he said when they kind of compared the two on the offensive end. Like, he likes the first action, and then you play off of that. And this team, St. Thomas, they're more disciplined. They're going to make you play probably 15 of the 30 seconds on defense by being disciplined and moving the ball, looking for the best shot that they can get. And Coach Riley, ever since he's been at Eastern and even here, is all about the easiest way to get to the rim first is that first action, and then you got to know what to do after that if that's not there.
And for them, he was talking about the Cougs on offense simplifying, saying we've played sped up when overthinking. Is that match what you've seen so far?
Oh, no question. I mean, poor field goal percentage. Guys, now the other night when Ace Glass did what he did against Idaho, we needed someone like that to take over to knock it down from the 16-point deficit. But other than that, I think Ugbo has been a really bright spot. I think he can score in a lot of different ways. The easiest thing for us to do is to get ND going, is to give him the ball in the paint, let him use his size and get there. And that just means you got to know what to do if the first action doesn't work.
National anthem coming up, which means we will take our final time out. When we return, we'll go over those starting lineups for both Washington State and St. Thomas. And then it's time for tip-off here at Beasley Coliseum. More after this break. You're listening to Washington State basketball on the Cougar Sports Network.
Okay, text from the wedding planner. She's talking about a cake pop mural. Ah, exciting. Ooh, it's $8,000.
Oh.
I don't know, we're trying to save for a house.
Well, you only get married once.
or twice. 3 times tops.
There's a lot of bad money advice out there. For knowledge you can trust, come to Giza Credit Union. Whether it's saving for the wedding or everything that comes after, we can help get you where you want to be. Find a healthier approach to money at Giza.
Coors Light is cold lagered, cold filtered, and cold packaged for a smoother finish. It's got that crisp, refreshing taste that makes every moment cheering on your team even better. Plus, the mountains on the bottles and cans turn blue when your beer is Rocky Mountain cold. So you never have to guess if your Coors Light is ready to drink. So crack one open, take a sip, and enjoy the game. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Whether you're cleaning up to host a backyard game day party or just powering through your fall projects, you can count on the performance of Steel. From blowers to chainsaws, Steel tools are built to go the distance. With legendary quality and real dealer support, you'll find the right tool and the right team for every job. Steel, proud supporter of your Washington State Cougars.
Hi, I'm Andre Gabriel.
I'm Dara Peters.
And I'm Tasia Sniffen. We're cheerleaders on the WSU Spirit Squad.
Meet Krista Gross, the realtor who supports students like us with NIL sponsorships and resources to help us succeed.
She's dedicated, relentless, and always puts her clients first, just like a true Coug.
With award-winning service and a passion for helping people, Krista is the ultimate coach for home buyers and sellers.
Support her because she supports us. You can find her online at KristaGross.com. That's Krista with a K, KristaGross.com. Go Coug!
This is Washington State basketball on the Cougar Sports Network.
Kill dish, Tomas to the basket, left-handed butter, he's got it. Cougs red hot out of the gate.
Today's broadcast is brought to you in part by Coors Light. Choose chill, proud partner of Cougar Athletics. Celebrate responsibly. It's game time on the Cougar Sports Network. Now, alongside WSU Athletic Hall of Famer and 14-year NBA veteran Craig Elo, here's the voice of the Cougs, Chris King.
The lights are turned down. The hype video is starting to play here at Beasley Coliseum. It's still, if this season was a car, the new car smell would still be on it. Washington State just in game number 3 of the season. The Cougs still getting their footing so far in this campaign. Washington State 0-2 on the year. A 2-point loss 1 week ago tonight in the opener to Idaho. And then it was on Friday, Washington State going across the country to Davidson, which is in North Carolina, just a little bit north of Charlotte, and losing 85-69. But with these 5 returners, but more importantly for Washington State, these 9 newcomers all gelling together. And there have been times, Eggs, in David Riley's career where he's had some really good teams at Eastern Washington, and yet those teams had slower starts, but once they got it all clicked and in rhythm, it really took off from there.
Yeah, no question. And everybody, like, their famous question that they always ask me is, what is chemistry? What is that? And chemistry is just knowing the other guy, where he's going to be on the floor during the offense, or if I overplay, will I have somebody protecting me behind? And with all the newcomers, we just haven't seen that. And the only way you're going to get that is November, you might have to live with a little bit of what we're living with now. And by December then, and by the time conference rolls around, that cohesiveness that you're talking about should come together and the chemistry should be better.
Well, Cougar Nation, each time you bring your Toyota vehicle to be serviced at a local and participating Toyota dealership, you can receive a premium Washington State giveaway item as a member of the Toyota Rewards program. To join the program, visit WSUCougars.com/Toyota Rewards. So that starting 5 being introduced for Washington State, it's the same starting 5 as the last game against Davidson. We saw one switch to the starting lineup after game 1. Emily Yalaho coming off the bench as he started game 1, and Emmanuel Ugbo taking over as a starter for him. Ugbo has been the leading scorer for the Cougs, averaging 16 points per game. So in the backcourt, it is Adria Rodriguez, coming from Spain where he had played professionally. Rodriguez maybe still getting his sea legs underneath them here playing college basketball in the United States, but Cougs have high hopes for him. Joined in the backcourt by Jerome Morton, and then also Tomas Throsterson, Ugbo, and Andy Okafor wrapping out the starting five for David Riley's squad. For Johnny Towers, St. Thomas Tommy's 15th-year head coach of the program. The starters in the backcourt, it is Nolan Minasali, preseason MVP in the Summit League. Also joined in the backcourt by Nick Janowski, who's averaging 15 points per game, the transfer from Nebraska. And then for St. Thomas, it will be Ryan Dufault. Dufault, a senior who's in his 5th year at St. Thomas, so plenty of experience. Ben Osterbahn averages 4 points per game, and Carter Bayurki, their 6'9" forward, who is a threat from beyond the arc, rounding out the starting five. Cougs in their white uniforms, white bottoms, white tops. Cougars in crimson block lettering across the chest with the gray outline. The numbers in crimson as well. St. Thomas, purple shorts, purple tops. St. Thomas in a white cursive script. The numbers below that in cursive as well. Officials for tonight's game, it is Darren White, Eric Curry, and Chance Moore. Andy Okafor ready for the opening tip-off. It is swatted back by Nolan Minasali. It is grabbed by St. Thomas, and we are off and going. Ryan Dufault begins to drive, goes to the left block, now works it out over to a cutting Minasali. Straightaway three attempted, too strong, no good, out of the hands of Bayurki. Cougs able to chase it down, far sideline.
You like the effort, but both guys going after the ball. We almost turned it over, but now we have control.
Jerome Morton with the ball. Him and Ugbo both with the white headbands to match the white uniforms for Washington State. Morton top of the key, gives it to Tomas. Into the paint he goes. Pass over the middle. It's intercepted, taken away by Osterbahn. Quick turnover for Washington State. No score, just getting things going. 50 seconds into the contest, and there will be a foul called on Jerome Morton.
Well, I believe Coach was standing right in front of us. He was yelling at Morton to feed ND the basketball. A little hesitant about getting him the ball, but he should have gotten the ball into the post.
Quick foul on Tomas. St. Thomas with the ball. Quick kick out. Corner three. No good. Janowski has it roll off the front of the iron. Cougs pull down the rebound. Washington State gets across the timeline. Cougs setting up their half-court offense. 1 minute into the game, no score. More in the entry pass intended for Okafor. It goes off the foot of Nick Janowski. It will remain a Washington State ball.
So the same thing happened again. ND was posted up down there. The man playing behind him. Morton has to get him the basketball some way or another.
Can Washington State get good looks near the hoop for Andy Okafor? And bounce pass to the baseline, bounce to Ugbo. Now the flip to Adria. He goes baseline, that's sealed off. 13 on the shot clock. In the paint, he finds ND, goes up strong with the right hand. The lay-in is good. Eggs, that was just what you were looking for.
Yeah, exactly. And that time, ND took up great post play and had his defender on him on his backside the whole time.
Cougs strike first, up 2-0. Drive, kick out. Bayurki, not enough room to take the three. Looked like he might have traveled left elbow, no whistle. Goes back to him, straight away three. Hard miss off the back of the iron. Rebound for Tomas Throsterson. Eggs, it's worth noting this is game number 3 of the year. This 2-0 lead for the Cougs is their first advantage of the season. Rodriguez, drive, kick out. Tomas, straight away three. Leaves it short on a bounce. ND tries to save it. He does. Good hustle play by Okafor. Rodriguez scoops it up for the Cougs. Second opportunity for Washington State. Rodriguez, bounce pass, corner three. Tomas pulls the trigger. He's got it. Washington State jumps out to the 5-0 lead. 2 minutes into the game.
And that was a good find, and Tomas getting into the passer's vision allowed him to mess the shot at top, but he's more favorable in the corners.
Set up by that hustle play from ND Okafor to earn the second opportunity. Off a screen, ND nearly poking away the ball. Pass in the corner. Here's a three launch. Janowski has that off the mark. Misses off the front of the iron. Rebound for Tomas Throsterson. Tomas looking to push it. Picks up a dribble. Back over to Morton. Cougs working around the perimeter. Near corner, it goes to Rodriguez. 5-0. Washington State leading St. Thomas. 2.5 minutes into the game here at Beasley Coliseum. Hard pass. Tomas touch in the corner to Morton. The look down low to Okafor for Morton. Taken away. It's a steal by Bayurki. Off of the turnover. Behind the back move. Minasali. Kick out. Pump fake. Here's a left wing three. Osterbahn misses. Rebound. ND Okafor. Lit on the hoop right now for St. Thomas. Cougs with the ball up 5-0.
Have they shot inside the arc yet? I think all of their shots have been threes.
0 for 5 from beyond the arc. That's There are only 5 field goal attempts. You're spot on. Morton being pestered over to Tomas. Nice towards the basket. High steps into the rim and makes the finger roll land. The scorching start continues for Washington State. Cougs now up 7-0 on St. Thomas.
And credit that to the guys keeping the spacing on the floor where Tomas could get to the rim.
Deep three by Yerke looking to answer back. His three-pointer's no good. Rebound Ugbo for Washington State. Cougs trying to keep this snowball effect going. Good pass. Rodriguez down low finds Okafor. Misses the open look. Loose ball up for grabs. Knocked out of bounds. Last touch by St. Thomas for the Cougs. It was Jerome Morton who knocked it off of by Yerke.
And it's worth mentioning the Cougs played Friday night, came home Saturday. They played Saturday night, flew all day yesterday. So this is really showing in their shooting because they have not tried to get inside the arc.
That is a great point, and it was an emotional game for them. They opened a brand new facility. They beat Army, so they've lost to St. Mary's, and St. Thomas beat Army. Cougs with the ball, up 7-0, 16 minutes, 20 seconds to go in the first half. Morton has the top of the key. Tomas Throsserson now left wing, puts it on the floor, back over to Ace Glass, who checked into the game along with Emily Yalaho. Here's a kick-out pass. Tomas, 3. He's made 1. Now make it 2. Tomas, 2 for 3 from beyond the arc. And the Cougs have jumped out to a 10-0 lead on St. Thomas.
Yeah, on 2 3 balls by Tomas, and that was a good skip pass to get him the basketball.
St. Thomas has only taken 3s so far. Right wing, pump fake. Minnesali, the preseason MVP in the Summit League, pushed as he tries the runner, and it will be a foul called on the Cougs. Shot no good, but that'll take us to the first media timeout. A couple of notes to send us into the break. St. Thomas, 4 minutes and 13 seconds into this game, they have only attempted 3-pointers as the Cougs have knocked down 2 through the first 2 games. Washington State has just made 12 3-pointers. There's 15 minutes, 41 seconds to go in the first half here at Beasley Coliseum. Washington State up on St. Thomas 10-0. You're listening to Washington State basketball on the Cougars Sports Network.
Get game day ready at Rosars. Rosars is a proud sponsor of WSU Athletics and your headquarters for keeping snacks stocked up for game time. You'll find the largest craft beer selection, local and imported wines, and all the makings for your favorite cocktails. And while you're there, stock up on your favorite deli snacks, pizza, rotisserie chickens, and ribs. Don't just watch the game, experience it with your favorite game time foods. Get game day ready at Rosars.
Download the WSU Cougars mobile app today, which features the latest news. Plus, it's your way to stream all of our Cougar Sports Network radio broadcasts. Listen to Cougar football, volleyball, men's and women's basketball, baseball game broadcast, plus coaches shows, all for free with WSU Cougars Game Day app. Take our broadcast with you wherever you go. Available now by searching WSU Cougars Game Day in the Apple App Store or Google Play.
Boost Collaborative is a proud sponsor of Cougar Athletics and is a proud supporter of people with disabilities on the Palouse. For over 50 years, Boost Collaborative has been there to help families and their toddlers meet developmental milestones. For youth and adults with disabilities, Boost provides job placement, on-the-job training, and follow-along support. Now you can play a part in Boost's success through your donations and purchases at Palouse Treasures Thrift Store in Pullman. Boost Collaborative, empowering people with disabilities on the Palouse. Go Cougs!
Light Mountain Cold Refreshment. Choose Chill, official partner of WSU Athletics. Celebrate responsibly. Back here courtside at Beasley Coliseum, Chris King next to Craig Elo, our engineer Jerry Kylo, Zane Saggio back in the Cougar Sports Network studios. Washington State red hot start. Cougs 0-2 looking for win number 1. Hosting the preseason favorite in the Summer League, St. Thomas. 10-0. Cougs on top. Minnesali at the line for 2. Here's the first. He misses it. And Eggs, what a start for Washington State. Tomas Throsserson with 8 points for the Cougs. 6 of those 10 points for Washington State. Second chance points.
Yeah, and that's just hustle plays, what you were talking about. And, yeah, that now St. Thomas has brought in a whole bunch of new guys in that timeout.
Minnesali makes his second foul shot. Here's a crossover move from Jerome Morton. Picks up the dribble, goes to Elaho, right back to him. Kick out, Hildebrandt, open from the corner, won't take the 3, drives instead, off-balance runner. He gets pushed, and it's Austin Hero who'll be called for the foul. Hero just checking into the game. He's a redshirt sophomore. That last name sounds familiar. His older brother, Tyler Hero, plays for the Miami Heat. He was an all-star last year and was named the NBA Sixth Man of the Year. Was a standout at Kentucky before making the NBA. Side at the line for two. Here's the first. He's got it. Now 11-1 in favor of Washington State.
And Hildebrandt, he kind of falls in love with that three-point shot. That time he uses the ball, shot fake to get by his defender and then kind of stumbled into the foul, but got 2 free throws from it.
Friendly roll from the front of the iron as the second drops in. He makes both. Cougs, some pressure in the backcourt. 15 minutes, 20 seconds to play first half. Washington State a 12-1 lead on St. Thomas. Austin Hero, left wing over to Minnesali. Now back to Hero. He'll launch a three, and he's got it. There have been 7 field goal attempts by St. Thomas in this game. All have been threes. That's the first one to fall. Coug lead down to 8, 12-4. 15 minutes to go first half. Cougs with 3 favors in the game. Catch and shoot left wing three. Can he land a counterpunch? He can't. Rebound by Austin Hero. Hero races across midcourt. As the Cougs with Emily Yalaho in the game, Jerome Morton, Simon Hillenbrand, Ace Glass, and Reeve Favors. So Morton, the only starter out on the floor. Cougs will go 11 deep. Reeve Favors, it's his second game back. The sharpshooter, so good to have him healthy for Washington State. Here's a drive. Johnson Aregu loses the ball, picks it up, left block, 5 on the shot clock, launches it near midcourt. Here's Minnesali, starts to drive, no look dish, last second, lay-in is good. It's made by Lafferty, the Mount Spokane product, the 2024 GSL MVP. Coug lead down to 6, 12-6.
Yeah, and if Favors doesn't run out at the guy at the 90 feet from the basket, that play doesn't happen because his collapse made the defense help, and that left Hildebrand's man wide open.
Yalaho posting up on Jerome Coleman. Now out to Hildebrand, takes the three, hard miss, bounced in the corner, snatched up by Coleman. But a 5-0 run for St. Thomas. Minnesali begins to push it. Extra pass working around the perimeter. Good ball movement from St. Thomas. Hero to the paint. Here he goes into the hands of Johnson Aregu. Up and under. The shot is good. Suspended himself in the air, banked in his lay-in, and this is a run for St. Thomas that's changed the complexion of the game. 7-0 in favor of St. Thomas. Cougar lead cut down to 4, 12-8. Here's Morton to the basket, running left-hander. Late whistle does come in as he was hip-checked to the baseline, and this will lead to shots coming up for Morton.
Yeah, after that timeout, Coach, he makes a household change, leaving Nolan the only starter in there, and these guys have really upped the play, and you're exactly right. The ball movement the last 2 times down the floor for the St. Thomas team is incredible, making the defense move.
Jerome Morton at the line for Washington State. He's 2 of 3 at the stripe this year. Puts up his first, he makes it. The Cougs, who led by as many as 11, are on the wrong end of a 7-0 run. Snatches a scoreless stretch of 1:40. It's now 13-8. It was like a hockey line change in St. Thomas, their brand new facility, which they opened on Saturday. They also play hockey there, not just basketball. The next foul shot, Morton's got it. Cougs have been good at the line, and the lead expands to 6 for Washington State. Cougs 0-2, taking on the preseason favorites in the Summit League. St. Thomas coming all the way out from St. Paul, Minnesota. 13 minutes, 34 seconds to play. First half here at Beasley Coliseum. It's now Washington State 14, St. Thomas 8. Ryan Lafferty, the Mount Spokane product, back here close to home, gets it across midcourt for St. Thomas. The sophomore into the hands of Janowski, a dangerous shooter. Here's Johnson Aregu, begins to drive, loses his footing. Cougs want a travel call, they won't get it. Hero, bounce pass into the hands of Lafferty. Now works in the corner, the lefty Coleman with the 3, rims out, and Okafor right there to snatch down the rebound. Cougs with a 9-2 edge on the glass.
And that's something different.
Parker Garrett has his pass taken away, so Garrett's just coming into the game. Here's a drive in transition. No-look lay-in on the reverse. It's Janowski who makes the lay-in, points off of turnovers in favor of St. Thomas. Coug lead back down to 4. 14-10, Washington State up on St. Thomas.
Yeah, Parker's turnover. If he just shows the up-high pass,
Smooth move by Andy Okafor. Okafor, the 6'9 big man, puts it on the floor and in one fluid motion goes to the glass, high off the window, gets it to fall. 16-10 Washington State. Here's a three. Johnson Uregu with an air ball. Reeve Avers pops the ball in the air and the Cougs come away with it. Here's Rodriguez. Leaves his feet straddling the timeline. Now to Favors, to Garrett's no-look dish down low. Okafor's the size edge. Once on the hardwood. Up strong with the right hand. Leaves it short. Had its own rebound. It's stripped away. St. Thomas comes away with it. Here's Hero, 8 minutes into the game. St. Thomas on the fast break. Last second dish to Lafferty, and there'll be an offensive foul called on St. Thomas. And it's none other than Parker Garrett's. Eggs, I think it's a good bet that Parker Garrett's might be one of those guys who leads the Cougs in drawing charges this year.
No question about it. He'll stick his nose in there. He's always in the right rotations defensively. Maybe a little bit of a liability on offense. Not looking for his shot, but looking to set guys up.
Washington State with the 16-10 lead on St. Thomas. Some pressure in the backcourt from the Tommies. If you're just joining us, Cougs opened this game on a 10-0 run. They've led by as many as 11. St. Thomas has tightened it up to as close as a 4-point Washington State lead. Tomas, 2 for 3 from beyond the arc. Will take and make another three. Hand in his face. It doesn't matter for the Viking, the native of Iceland. A scorching start here. Tomas with 11 points. Tomas alone has more points than St. Thomas.
Yeah, Tomas, he deferred last year a lot just being a freshman, but boy, he's really asserting himself, and that's what the Cougs need on offense.
Washington State inching it back closer to a double-digit lead. It was a 9-point edge, 19-10, but up and under with the lay-in. Nick Janowski cuts it to a 7-point Washington State edge, 19-12. Washington State up on St. Thomas. 11 minutes, 15 seconds left to go. Tomas thought about the deep three. Now a step back, corner three. Takes it. That one no good. Good positioning by Carter, by Yerke, who comes away with the rebound for St. Thomas. Those purple jerseys in a blur across midcourt. But Yerke finds Lafferty, the Mount Spokane high school product, playing close to home. Here's a drive. Bierke gets past Okafor. Pump fake. Up high to Lafferty. 15 on the shot clock. Here's a drive. Janowski picks up the dribble. Pitch and catch in the hands of Osterbot. Good ball movement from the St. Thomas team. Garrett's nearly picks the pocket of Lafferty into the corner. Contested three. Hero misses it. Ball punched around. Cougs come away with it. Adria Rodriguez is Hero right chest to chest with them in the backcourt. And there will be a deserved whistle against Austin Hero. Just got a little greedy. Tried taking the cookie from the cookie jar, and the foul will go against him.
Yeah, no question. I'm looking at ND, and he is gassed, though. That was a long time that the clock kept running and him going up and down the floor.
Washington State has not trailed in this game. Takes us to a media timeout here at Beasley Coliseum. There's 10:43 to play in the first half. The Cougs lead St. Thomas 19-12. You're listening to Washington State basketball on the Cougar Sports Network.
Whether you're cleaning up to host a backyard game day party or just powering through your fall projects, you can count on the performance of Steel. From blowers to chainsaws, Steel tools are built to go the distance. With legendary quality and real dealer support, you'll find the right tool and the right team for every job. Steel, proud supporter of your Washington State Cougars.
Nothing works up an appetite like cheering for your Cougs on game day. So why not cheer them on at Northern Quest with an impressive roster of restaurants and lounges? You can tackle the menu at Epic and catch every play on the 10 by 30 foot screen. Or grab a steak at Maslow's, a fine cigar at Legends of Fire, even a burger from Fat Burger. You know, for your inner linebacker. See more at northernquest.com. Go Cougs!
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End the friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
We are back at Beasley Coliseum, game number 3 of the season for David Riley and the Cougs on the hardwood. Washington State 0-2, losing by 2 in the opener a week ago to Idaho and falling on the road on Friday to Davidson. But here is joined back courtside by Craig Elo. Chris King along with you. 19-12, Cougs up on St. Thomas, 10:43. Eggs, this game started with the 10-0 run. What have you liked most from Washington State so far?
Well, I like the fact that Tomas is looking for his shot. Like I mentioned last year, being a freshman, he was just kind of thrown and baptized by fire, basically, into the playing time. But this kid has really asserted himself offensively, and I like what I see in that.
Cougs with the ball coming out of the timeout. Adria Rodriguez, Emmanuel Ugbo, Ace Glass, Tomas Throsserson, and Andy Okafor. Rodriguez looking for Okafor, trying to wrap the pass around his defender, Ben Osterburn, but ended up getting a foot on it, so a kick ball in Washington State will keep the possession. Some encouraging numbers for the Cougs so far. Washington State 3 of 7 from beyond the arc. Cougs this year have shot just 24% from downtown through the first 2 games of the season. Dangerous inbounds pass from the baseline. The rainbow toss does end up in the hands of Tomas Throsserson. Clears it out to Ugbo, the team's top scorer through 2 games. Now between the circles to Adria Rodriguez. 10 on the shot clock. The Spain native goes up with the right hand. High off the glass. In and out. No good. Offensive rebound. Ugbo. The put back with the left hand. Count the bucket. The whistle comes in as well. Emmanuel Ugbo, the Boise State transfer, heading to the line. A chance at a 3-point play. If he makes this, it's back to a double-digit Washington State lead.
And that was a nice read by Ugbo because Adre's been really trying to pass the ball in the 2 games, the first 2 games. That time he shoots it, and he allows, even though he missed it, I'd love to see it go in, but he missed it. It allowed Ugbo to get the offensive board and put back.
Ugbo makes the foul shot. It is now Washington State 22, St. Thomas 12. 10-point Cougar advantage with 10:10 to go in the first half. Cougs jumped out to a 10-0 lead. The largest lead was an 11-point edge very early on in the game. There's Nola Minnesali, preseason MVP in the Summer League. Ball moving across the perimeter. Ben Osterburn, far corner. Osterburn, interesting story, was committed to play baseball at Michigan, decided to play basketball. Bierke makes the extra pass. Now it's Janowski, a 3 as there is 1 on the shot clock. Off the back of the iron, pops up in the air and drops through the cylinder. Buzzer beater 3. And Janowski gets it to fall. Cougs now a 7-point edge.
But a great defensive possession for the Cougs. Everybody was flying around, and they got everybody on the perimeter.
Rodriguez, he'll take a 3. It's up, and he answers back. Adria Rodriguez makes his first 3 in crimson and gray, and the lead expanded back to 10. Washington State 25, St. Thomas 15.
And if you're making shots like that, it's going to open up the paint touches a lot more.
And you got to wonder, too, with Adria, still getting that level of comfort. If one falls, how much that helps for him, that first 3 for the native of Spain. Step back 2, no good. Only a 4-footer from Osterbond, but it misses. Cougs with the rebound, full head of steam. Here comes Ugbo all the way to the basket, and he's going to be charged, or called for the charge. Offensive foul goes against Washington State's Emmanuel Ugbo. Stops the clock, 8:55 to go in the first half. Cougs shooting 53%. They've got a 10-point lead on St. Thomas, and Tomas Throsserson leads all scorers with 11 points.
Yeah, and I don't have a problem with Ugbo in his shot there. I mean, he was going, he had the defense going backwards, and very capable of handling the basketball full court.
Cougs some substitutions. Tomas stays in the game, so does Ugbo. Jerome Morton back in. Ace Glass and Emily Yalaho. Right wing.
Oh.
Here's Osterbin trying to work it closer to the basket, but there'll be a foul called on Emmanuel Ugbo. And Ugbo getting the frustrated look of the officiating crew, maybe towing the line of really irritating them, but Ugbo will come out. And getting told that will be the last time, so maybe a little bit too much jawing back, but towing the line at least to enough of a degree. So he comes out. Hildebrand in for Washington State, the Winnipeg native, transfer from High Point. Here's a drive. Runner Janowski misses it. Ball ripped away by Tomas Throsserson. Cougs in transition.
Tomas even had a little bit of a finger on a block shot there.
And Tomas loses the ball, but sneaking in a timeout is St. Thomas over from their bench. It will take us to immediate timeout. So the Cougs turn it over. Turnover number 5 of the game for Washington State. The turnover number may be higher than you would like, but at least that assist number is climbing eggs.
Yeah.
It's at 5 now.
Yeah, assist is something that they can improve on, and that's just getting the ball to the guys in the right place.
It is Washington State 25, St. Thomas 15, 8:23 remaining in the first half here at Beasley Coliseum. More after this, you're listening to Washington State basketball on the Cougar Sports Network.
As proud Cougs, we always find our way back home. At McVeigh Brothers, we want to help all Cougs improve the value of your home. Hello, I'm Mike McVeigh from McVeigh Brothers Roofing, Siding, and Windows, a proud supporter of Cougar Athletics. The team of professionals at McVeigh Brothers take great pride in helping our customers remodel their homes with new entry doors, rain gutters, siding, roofing, and windows. At McVeigh Brothers, we're working for you.
Schweitzer Engineering Laboratories is a high-tech global company headquartered in Pullman, Washington, with a mission of making electric power safer, more reliable, and more economical. At SEL, employees enjoy working in a fast-paced, innovative environment while enjoying the many benefits of living on the Palouse. SEL is seeking engineers for paid internships and full-time positions. Apply to join the growing SEL team today at selinc.com/careers.
Around here, it's all or nothing, and Toyota has more all-wheel drive choices than anybody, like the family-size Highlander and the bigger, more powerful Grand Highlander. Now through December 1st, get 4.75 APR financing on any remaining new 25 Highlander or Grand Highlander, including hybrid models, with approved credit through TFS. A negotiable doc fee of up to $200 may be added. For complete details, go to Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Back at Beasley Coliseum, Washington State looking for win at number 1 on the season. 0-2 so far in the campaign, but a very strong start here tonight. The Cougs lead St. Thomas 25-15. There's 8:23 remaining in the first half. Right now, as we approach the top of the hour, let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Washington State basketball on the Cougar Sports Network.
On 770 KTTH Seattle, 97.3 KIRO FM, HD3 Tacoma Seattle, 94.5 K233 DT Eastlake, 33 BU Seattle.
St. Thomas with the ball. Washington State begin this game on a 10-0 run. Cougs have not trailed. The lead has been as many as 11. After that initial push, St. Thomas pulling within 4, but back to a double-digit lead. St. Thomas breaks the Cougs press, now sets up their half-court offense. Cougs plus 10 on the glass, 14 rebounds for Washington State, 4 for St. Thomas. Cougs a 9-0 edge when it comes to second chance point. Nolan Minnesali tries a floater, too hard, misses off the back of the rim. Simon Hildenbrandt with the board, so make it plus 11 on the glass now for Washington State.
And the one thing you can do, if you take their leading scorer and make him work for every shot, it's going to work.
Deep three from the true freshman, Ace Glass, 360 twirl, it misses. Rebound St. Thomas. St. Thomas in their purple uniforms, Cougs in their home white unis here at Beasley Coliseum. Here's a contested three. Coleman, far corner, it falls. Jermaine Coleman makes it a 7-point game. Washington State 25, now St. Thomas 18. The Tommies have started cold from beyond the arc. Ace Glass, dangerous pass into traffic, gets it to Tomas Throsterson, and an off-balance shot banks it in right under the hoop. Tomas make it a baker's dozen for him. Cougs with a 9-point edge, 27-18. Quick whistle. Let's see, shot, is it good? It's going to be a blocking foul on Tomas Throsterson. You blink, count the bucket. David Riley fit to be tied.
Yeah, because no continuation at this level. There is at the next level. And the foul that of Tomas was that outside of the key before, but he heard the whistle. Nolan did, and he put the ball up.
So Minnesali counts the basket. He makes the foul shot, completing the three-point play, 27-21. So just like that, the lead very much being dented a bit. Cougs with Parker Garrett, Jerome Morton, Emily Yalaho on the court, Tomas Throsterson and Simon Hildenbrandt. An international flavor, 3 of the 5 are international players for Washington State. Morton, the Kentucky native, drives, goes up, scoop, no kick out. Tomas takes another 3. This one from the left wing, and he makes it. Tomas, 4 of 6 from downtown. The Coug lead back to 9, 30-21. Tomas, here's the ball. It's stripped loose. Simon Hildenbrandt with the steal for Washington State. In transition, shovels it back into the hands of Parker Garrett. Stutter step baseline. Looking back for Hildenbrandt. Now bounce pass out to Tomas. Left wing over to EY. Emily Yalaho. Posting up on Coleman. Scoop pass into the hands of Tomas. Tomas has been scorching. The basket is runner no good, but he was shoved. And Tomas Throsterson, who has 16 points in this game. So this trip to the line, Eggs, this could put him over a career high. On the all-freshman team of the WCC last year, he tied his career high in the season opener with 17 against Idaho, but he's got 2 shots coming up.
Yeah, and we wouldn't even have this offensive possession if it wouldn't have been for his defensive rotation, where he came over early, made the Tommy give it up in a turnover, and then that led to him getting us in transition, and then Parker Garrett's finding him.
Feathery touch, he makes the first, flicks the wrist, the second is good. So not only does Tomas have a new career high in tonight's game with 18 points, the Cougs have also tied their largest lead of the game. Washington State 31, St. Thomas 21 out of St. Paul, Minnesota, from the Summit League, preseason favorites in the league, recently making the transition to D1, and they've hit the ground running. This is their first year they're eligible for the NCAA tournament. They've recruited the Northwest. Here is Mount Spokane product Ryan Lafferty. Now to Austin here. It looked like he might have traveled. No whistle. Over to Coleman to launch a 3, and it is an air ball. Shot clock violation. Good defensive stand for Washington State to follow up. Tomas delivering at the line.
Yeah, and after we make free throws, we stay up, and we take a lot of time off of the clock. So, yeah, they don't have a lot of time to work their offense.
Parker Garrett's feeds it to Yalaho, attacks the basket, looks like he's on ice skates, ball popped up in the air, it's a turnover. It's Ryan Lafferty pushing it the other way for St. Thomas, trying to post up on Parker Garrett's, picks his pocket, Parker comes up with a steal, great hustle play by the longest tenured Coug. In transition up to Yahalo, Morton feeds it to EY, makes the left-handed lay-in, count the bucket, 3-point play opportunity, and Eggs, David Riley and company, they are hopping and bopping up on the bench. This is excited as we've seen the Cougs this year.
Yeah, again, Parker Garrett, he wears number 10 because he loves Taylor Rochester, and his parents are graduates of Washington State. That's all he wanted to be, was a Cougar. And, of course, as a freshman, he didn't get a lot of playing time. But last year, Coach Riley had to use him in some situations. And, yeah, that hustle play, he actually turned, I believe it was the Spokane kid, Ryan Lafferty. And when he turned him, he took the ball from him.
Cougs up by 13. Yalaho's foul shot is good, make it a 14-point lead. Washington State 35. St. Thomas 21. Here's a steal in the backcourt. Reeve Avers comes away with it. Thrown with the right hand. Lay-in is good. Washington State forces another turnover. Reeve Avers, a thief in the night. Backcourt steal, and Washington State with all the momentum in the world right now. 37-21. It's a 10-0 run for the Cougs over the last minute and 35 seconds. Eggs, this is just what the doctor ordered after a slow start to this season. Those first 2 games, the tight loss to Idaho, and then more of a lopsided defeat at the hands of Davidson going all the way back east on Friday.
Yeah, there's nothing better than home cooking. I remember as soon as I became a starter in the league, I would have nights where I went like 0 for 9 the night before, and then first thing Coach Wilkins always did for me was run a play for me to start the game and to give yourself confidence. Even if I missed it, he didn't care. He just said, keep shooting, and that's what the Cougs did. This is a great home cooking meal that they needed.
You mentioned Coach Wilkins. We're thinking of Coach Wilkins and his family. Yeah. What a life. I know someone who impacted you greatly and passing away yesterday. But, sometimes the word legend and icon gets thrown around a lot. In basketball, and especially in the Northwest and in Seattle, that is a well-deserved title, both icon and legend for Lenny Wilkins.
Yeah, no question about it. And, I appreciate your text yesterday when you heard it on the Seahawk football game.
After the timeout, St. Thomas with the ball. Nolan Minnesali spin move, going to the basket. 2-hand throw down dunk. He got loose, and with an exclamation point, he ends the 10-0 Cougar run. The lead at 14 for Washington State, 37-23.
Yeah, a gamble out front by the defense allowed the paint to be wide open, and I didn't know Nolan had that kind of hops in him.
He was springing up there. Morton leaves his feet, passing the corner to Yahalo. It goes to Garrett's entry pass to Hildebrand. 6 on the shot clock. Pulls up, contested 2, left short. There was some contact. No whistle, but on the offensive rebound attempt, Yalaho is going to draw the foul. 4:33 to go in the half. That is going to be team foul number 8 on St. Thomas. So Yalaho will go to the line for 1-1. Big storyline so far. Cougs haven't trailed, jumped out to a 10-0 lead. Washington State getting 18 points from Tomas Throsterson, the sophomore, already a new career high. And there's 4+ minutes to go in the half.
Yeah, I mean, Tomas has not been shy, trying to find a way to get the offense to click, and he's helping give everyone a shot in the arm with his offensive play tonight.
The Texas Tech transfer, the native of Finland, Emily Yalaho, makes the first, earns the second. Cougs up by 15. Yalaho good on the second as well, and extends the lead to 16. Washington State 39, St. Thomas 23. St. Thomas 1-1 on the year. They beat Army in a decisive fashion on Saturday in their home opener, and they lost to St. Mary's in their first game of the season. Traveling all the way out to Moraga. Here's the steal again. It's Audrey Rodriguez. Goes up. Lays his defender and makes the right-handed lay-in. The Cougs making it happen when it comes to forcing turnovers. 41-23. Rodriguez's third game as a Coug. We've seen those flashes, but that was the flashiest play yet from him.
And most of the turnovers the Cougs have caused have been out beyond the arc, allowing us to get some easy baskets.
Yerke into the lane, now out to Minnesali. He'll launch a deep three. That's off the mark. Back of the iron, no good. Right into the hands of Washington State's Reeve Avers. Cougs trying to keep their foot on the pedal, up by 18. Right elbow, fadeaway jumper, ace glass, no good. Pops out, flying in to get the board has been Osterbid for St. Thomas. Roland Minnesali, 6 points in this game. Into the corner by Yerke, doesn't leave his feet, launches the corner three. It misses. Cougs with another rebound. Washington State cleaning up on the glass, plus 12 rebounding margin in this first half. Yalaho with the ball, far corner, telling his teammates to spread out. Favors, top of the key, over to Ace Glass. Audrey Rodriguez and Okafor. The other Cougs out on the floor. Now to Okafor. Starting to post up on by Yerke. Goes into the lane, a little shove, no whistle. 6 on the shot clock, over to Rodriguez. Far corner, 3 on the shot clock, 2-1 to the hoop. Reverse lane with 1 on the shot clock, and it goes. The lead expands to 20, 43-23, Washington State.
And I think Rodriguez in his first 2 games as a Coug was looking to pass more than to shoot.
Janowski with the response. 3-pointer good from the redshirt freshman transfer from Nebraska for St. Thomas. So the 20-point lead did not last long. Now down to a 17-point advantage. 2.5 minutes remaining in the first half. Rodriguez to the basket, up and under with the right hand. Nifty move by the native of Spain. 45-26. Cougs inch closer to a 20-point edge.
And I think his normal position is point guard, but when he looks to score like this, boy, he's going to cause a lot of problems.
Showing what the coaches had raved about. They had high hopes by Yerke. Pump fake on the 3. Lets Okafor go by him. Extra pass in the corner. It's Minnesali picked up by Okafor. Minnesali goes right past ND, leaves him in his dust, and makes a lay-in. 45-28. Cougs with the lead under 2 minutes to play first half. Sort of a frenzy pace. It picked up. Open left wing 3. Ree will let it fly. That misses off the front of the iron. Ree has not knocked down a 3 yet this year, but we know when he gets hot, it can really start to fall. St. Thomas after the board. They're pushing it. Off balance shot, no good. A 6-footer from Janowski, but the Cougs get the rebound, and now Rodriguez going to kind of slow things down here as he inches across midcourt.
Well, I know against Idaho, they killed us on the offensive glass, and so far so good. We were allowing only 1 shot for the Tommies.
Ace Glass left open for 3. He makes St. Thomas pay. Ryan Dufault in his face, but that hesitation to put the hand up and to close out. Glass knocks down the triple. Cougs up 48-28. 1:05 to go. Zoom out a bit. 48 first half points, Eggs.
That is crazy for what the way the Cougs have been shooting the first couple of games.
Minnesali, not enough room to take the 3. Gets it back between the circles. Back to the lane. There to pester him is Favors. Swings out to Dufault. Dufault running left-hander. He's got it. Dufault not the biggest guy at 6 foot in his 5th season at St. Thomas. Played in over 100 games with his craftiness on display. Timeout by David Riley. And